I guess. Hi, J. Palmer. Doesn't appear to, Docro. So hopefully that really was the fix, and I just have to continue to not update OBS as usual. Oh, come on, really? Just dropping elite right here? I can't, yeah. Oh, shoot. I mean... Hey, Valerian. Oh, okay, whatever. Hey, Trihexia. Hey, Latario. Well, since I'm doing this. Which companions in Tor would I tell to leave if given a chance? Versus which companions I would be willing to tolerate? Well, the first companion I would tell to leave is Brunmark, followed by Skadge. Immediately, get the hell out of my party. Both of them. Just get the crap out. Anything past that, I'd have to actually pull up a list of companions. Let's pull up a list of companions here. Because I always forget them. There we go. So, let's just go down the list. For Jedi Knight, Kira's cool, T7's cool, Doc's... I'd put up a Doc. Rusk is okay. Scourge is okay. So, all the Jedi Knight companions get to stay. Kaizen's gone. Screw him. Theron is... whatever. Zenith is cool. He gets to stay. Lieutenant Arresto? I can't remember who that is. Nadia's okay. Keep her. Then we've got down to Trooper. Jorgen's gone. And I'd probably get rid of Yoon. He's actually inoffensive. He's not even there. No, I didn't, Papa. Holiday's part of Theron. Come on, game. Let's see here. So then we scroll down a little bit to Smuggler. We get rid of Bodar. And that's actually it. I like Smuggler companions. They tend to be good. Alright, so that should be it. Yes. Then we have Sith Warrior, which we're not at yet, but I would get rid of Pierce and Brunmark. For this one, I would get rid of Kemval and Zalek. For Agent, I'd get rid of Kaleo in a heartbeat, and Vector, and Loken. Probably Scorpio, too. And for Bounty Hunter, I'd get rid of Thorian and Skadge.
Perfect. The beacons are feeding the hangar's coordinates to my ships as we speak. Once the fleet is in position, we can commence the bombardment and turn that hangar into a smoldering crater.
I'll keep an eye out for the explosions.
Please do. It will be quite the spectacle. All ships are in position. Stand by for orbital assault.
Wow.
Excellent work out there. I doubt I could have done a better job of it myself.
I don't know, those shoulder pads are pretty
Master
impressive.
is as generous as he is wise. Colonel Sarab will have your reward waiting for you when you return.
Your master is a fool, and you're a fool for following him.
I don't know what you mean. My master is unparalleled. We could never have accomplished this operation without his insights. I think you'd best be going now.
Sure thing, buddy. Whatever you gotta tell yourself. So it's back here. Joking aside, what kind of game would I like to see out of Kojima Studios? None. Do I have my own hand gesture greeting? Like, oh, you mean like this? Not really. I mean, I have my own hand gestures, you know. The bow of respect, for example, but nothing personal. Unless you count this, which obviously I don't.
You return triumphant. You have fought and bled alongside my legionnaires, and I welcome you back as one of our own.
It was an honor to fight alongside your men, Colonel.
The honor was entirely ours. My lord was impressed. Neither his praise nor his rewards come lightly. Revel in the rewards of Lord Vargo, and know that you will always be welcome among the ranks of the 75th.
Continue your excellent service to the Empire.
With pleasure. Farewell.
And with that, we are freaking done with Terrace forever. Yes, this song is appropriate. Good God. Quesh! Real quick, thank you, Giga, and thank you, Orcano and Vigilant, for your assistance in slogging through that nonsense. Oh, my God.
My lord, it looks like Thanaton's man will catch us before you arrive. Corin and I will try our best to stave him off, but Lord Cineratus is not a man to be trifled with. The item we stole was the key to a hidden entrance to Darth Thanaton's private meditation chambers. It is the perfect ambush spot for when you have enough power to face him. If Corin and I don't make it, we hope you'll avenge our deaths. Crush Thanaton, and usher in the new era for the Sith.
It's okay, we've got to do Quesh's bonus series. Oh my God, could you imagine if Quesh had a bonus series? Yes, let's do this. So, let's see here. Most unnecessarily over-the-top thing in Tor. The Jedi Knight. Did I let the civilians escape in the Pangar Bay? Yes, I did. Do I like Dragon Age giving me the option of telling my companions to get lost? Actually, I do like that option. It's nice. It's a good indication and thing you can make in the story. And honestly, if Tor was structured a bit more in that direction, it might have been in its favor, instead of being as patterned as it is. What do Jedi do with the lightsabers of the deceased members? Well, I actually answered that question off camera, but I didn't realize that was actually your question. So, hey look, it's this quest we're going to do 1 billion more times. 3. We're going to do it 3 more times.
So I...
Yep.
Better if I don't.
I'm just quite...
Okay. I don't care, game. We'll bolt them in the trash. Wow, that... I mean, MODOK is pretty stupid, Zactaf, so I'm with you on that. What they do is they encounter the worst elevator in the game. Now, believe it or not, I actually did that on purpose. What I decided I was going to do... So I actually have started discussing the elevators all the way back on Quesh when we first did it on the Alliance. Excuse me, the Republic. Now, what's funny about that... Oh my gosh. Is I remembered this elevator being the Quesh elevator. But if you recall, there is no such thing on the Republic side, and I was actually kind of confused by that. So I thought, well, okay, maybe my memories are wrong. But no. It's just this is the Quesh elevator on the Imperial side. There is no surviving that drop. You have to wait for that elevator. Period. Now, I believe we've already talked about how much elevators in this game can, you know, suck a lemon. But this is a good example of that. This is a cool vehicle. I like this vehicle act. Here you go. There's your answer. So, yeah, that elevator in particular can go straight to hell. So I promise now that if I remember, so I shouldn't say I promise, I will do my best to try to charge into that elevator blindly every other time we do Quesh, which will be 3 more times. And we will see how many times I die from that action. Place your bets. Considering we have already died once, that's 1 of 4 now.
The Empire can't afford another loss, Major. We must crush the Republic immediately.
They've been on Quesh for years. We can't destroy their entire mining operation overnight.
Gentlemen, we have company. I am
Darth
Moff
Malak.
Terrace, head of Quesh Imperial forces. You're here to join our war against the Republic?
What's the situation?
Quesh is a valuable planet, if you can believe it. We're here to stop the Republic's operation.
This is absurd. We don't need their kind interfering with our war.
Your manners need polish, Major.
Ha! What? I like the shock option better, but you know.
Enough. Save it for the Republic. They're responsible for our assignment to this toxic rock. The Republic went digging and found the source of this planet's poison.
The miners call it Quesh venom. Lies just below the planet's surface.
We distill the stuff into Quell, a lethal poison. But the Republic knows how to refine it.
Hold
into
up, what class are you,
high-grade
Giga?
They've been processing the toxins into adrenals for years, with hot help, no less. We've come to conquer their operation and claim Quesh's venom for the Empire.
Oh, okay. That's really out of character for Agent. Punch!
The Empire wouldn't wage war on this scale just for resources.
Correct. The adrenals are a bonus. Our primary goal is to test the Republic.
Push them enough on Quesh, and the Republic will be provoked into open warfare across the galaxy.
Once they violate the Treaty of Coruscant, the Empire can strike without risking neutral worlds joining in. We must rile their temper.
Am I supposed to care?
Let me rephrase. We must goad the Republic into open warfare. Help, and you'll be compensated. First, we strike the Republic's venom mines.
The venom produces noxious gas. That's why Quesh is so lovely. It's most lethal in the mines, so the Republic installed specialized filters.
Destroy those filters. Release the poisonous gas, and the Republic will have to flee the mines.
They'll declare the mines a disaster site when I'm finished.
Take out every weapon emplacement you can, then get inside and destroy the filtration units. Don't stop until the mines are choked with poison.
That's creepy. Just die. What the hell was I saying? God, I've lost my train of thought now. After that punch! That was an impressive punch. Yeah, I gotta be honest. Let's see. So, I just gotta share this. This is... I just got a health warning on a thing I use to keep track of that kind of stuff. And it says, do not try to cook raw chicken in NyQuil. Doing so will be severely hazardous to your health, and ingesting it can cause death. NyQuil. Yes. is something you shouldn't use to cook in general, but it's a form of cough syrup. And yeah, I don't know what else to add to that. Anyways, back to questions for a second. Do you have any thoughts on the Portal 2 Reloaded mod? It adds a third portal that adds a time mechanic. Cool. Never even heard of it. Seriously, I've never heard of that. I'm sorry. Whoop, 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 whoop. Is that up? Is that here? Where is this? This is... Oh, that's the Walker quest. Yeah. Unfortunately, I do remember the Tide Pod challenge. And, you know, honestly, if your life is at a point where you feel the need to ingest Tide Pods, the assisted suicide booth is right over there. So, given that lightsaber is a blade that can cut through anything in certain versions of continuity, and is more powerful than any handheld weapon in certain versions of continuity, why aren't they more widely used? I have no idea. I do not have the tiniest bit of an answer for that. If you got an answer, please let me know. Now, I have my answer for the rewrite, because a non-Force user literally can't use a lightsaber. Also, they don't cut through anything. But, otherwise, well... And don't give me that the Force has to be used to assemble one crap, because that's the closest thing to an official explanation we've ever gotten, and that's a stupid explanation. All you have to think about is how many dozens, hundreds, thousands, or millions of Jedi there have been who have died or lost or misplaced a lightsaber. It is not that hard to imagine a Jedi getting pickpocketed or killed or being in a speeder chase over Coruscant and accidentally losing their lightsaber over the side of the speeder. There should be black market lightsabers. They should be things that other people want to use, and they don't. For some reason. So don't give me that crap. The real answer is an out-of-character answer. It's a real-life answer. And that is that lightsabers are iconic to Force users. And therefore, Force users use them almost to exclusion. It's the exact same answer for why Force users don't tend to not use blasters, or sniper rifles, or melee weapons, or anything else. Because if you're a Force user, you use a lightsaber. It's part of the kit. God, I remember that explanation, Pillars of Snow. Hi, Star Wars. We were just talking about you. Hi, Paranoid Android. Listen, I'll care a lot, or I'll enjoy a topic a lot more once I don't have to turn off my brain to enjoy it. How's that sound? Anyways. Let's see here. So, I think that's actually all the questions from before the break. I never answered the what did Jedi do with the lightsabers thing, because I just did this stupid sketch where it's like, oh, ha, 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 and then they killed all of them! And that's what they do with their lightsabers after they die. That's an interesting idea, Doctor. I have no idea, of course. Because they don't even know what the Force is. Actually, I do remember that one, Burnout Entry. Just, no, that's not the one I'm thinking of. The one I'm thinking of is the one where Obi-Wan just places it down and lets go of it on the Death Star. And then it cuts to the Death Star being destroyed. Anyways, so when was the Galactic Senate first mentioned? Star Wars A New Hope. Seriously, the Senate is actually mentioned more than once in A New Hope. So it goes way back. It predates the Sith, which is a term that wasn't used until quite a ways in. It's actually mentioned twice in A New Hope, pretty early on. I think they mentioned it like 5 times total.
Republic brought
But
the whole mining crew here for protection. Now the gas is leaking in and poisoning us.
the first thing they mention is when Vader mentions it when boarding the Tantus 4. The other time is when Tarkin mentions it on the Death Star, saying it was getting disbanded. Yeah, let's go get the miners. But yeah, several aspects of the politics of Star Wars were actually way back in the very beginning. Even before the Force actually started to come into its own form. Oh, thank you, Vigilant. I thought it might suit Quesh while we're here. Yeah, Palpatine wasn't even a Force user back in A New Hope. That's how far back that is. Vader wasn't Luke's father in A New Hope.
Let us out. We're trapped and... Wait. You're with the Empire.
Did the dead commandos give me away?
We have nothing against you. Open the door. We don't care about the Republic. We just want out.
Fine.
Run, before I change my mind.
The Republic
Jeez,
was
yeah.
wrong about you. Thanks.
Yeah, Leia wasn't Luke's sister, obviously. Darth was Vader's first name in A New Hope. It's actually funny to think about all the changes all the way back. Like, if we were to just erase everything in Star Wars except for the very first film, the amount of things that would change is gargantuan. Like, it's astonishing how little A New Hope actually resembles Star Wars if you rip out everything that came after it. Anyways, thank you, Cashel. I strangely like you more than I previously did. I'm not sure why, but I just think you're awesome. I don't know. It's great. You can put that towards something. What would Sith be like? There were no Sith! The very concept of Sith did not exist. The term didn't exist. The idea didn't exist. None of it. So the answer to what the Sith would look like if there was only the first movie is nothing. They wouldn't be there. I mean, remember when the capital of the Empire was called Hadabadan? I don't remember how to spell it, but it was called Hadabadan. They later kind of baked it into the concept of Korriban. And then Coruscant, which, if you notice the similarity there? Yeah, Vader was just a Jedi, a knight, who went evil. That's it, just some evil knight. Hell, Vader wasn't even as high-ranking as he eventually would become. I guess I'm just gonna work back. He was just a dude who happened to work on there, and was a former Jedi. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Let's see here, so... 3 stupidest things in Star Wars lore. Let's start by using, What's-Her-Face, of course. She is by far the dumbest thing in Star Wars lore. I can't think of her name, because she's that stupid. What is her damn name? Abeloth. There we go. That's her name. Abeloth is the worst thing. By far, in Star Wars. And not just her, because she's bad enough, but, like, everything connected to her. Like, The son and the father and the daughter, that's all part of Abeloth's story arc. And the Maw being used as a black hole prison for her, that's part of Abeloth. So yeah, Abeloth is at the root of a lot of terrible stuff in Star Wars. So, Abeloth is number 1. I'm not going to cheat and pick the stuff connected to her, so we'll pick something else completely unconnected to Abeloth. So, the second stupidest thing in Star Wars lore is the sequel trilogies, just in their entirety. And the third stupidest thing in Star Wars lore... That's a tough one. There's a lot of stupid in Star Wars. I think we lost Giga. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go with... I know that I'm going to get some hackles for this, but I'm going to go with the Vong. So that's my trio. Star Wars says, would I get rid of the rule of 2? I haven't thought about it yet, so I don't know. Giga!
The mines are poisoned. The Republic's running scared.
Excellent work. You also did a fine job raising their emplacements. My forces will have no trouble cleaning up your scraps. Our next move is to hit the Republic again. Hard.
Hi. Grog is here.
Quickly. Grag is a leader of the Hutt cartel. He keeps repulsive company, but he's proven a valuable ally.
Why is a Hutt working with the Empire?
You could say Grag was forced to cooperate.
He's here to make amends for the 3 families. A band of venom-sniffing Hutts.
They violated the cartel's neutrality to help the Republic's mining operation on Quesh.
Such favoritism deeply upset the Empire. The cartel claimed ignorance and disowned the 3 families.
With the rogue Hutts isolated, all that's left is the killing blow.
But first, we must sever their source of income, the Republic's Adrenal factories. Only then can we destroy the 3 families.
Don't mention those traitors. They make my blood boil.
Grag, good of you to join us. Allow me to introduce our newest allies on Quesh.
A pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure's mine, but I'm afraid I bring bad news. Our forces are in trouble. Jedi have joined the defense of the Republic's factories. Even Cartel's droid army can't maintain the assault
The 3
for long.
families won't be vulnerable until we sever their income. Are you ready to kill these Jedi and cripple the Republic's adrenal production?
I'll sleepwalk through it.
Don't discount the Republic's strength. They're far more familiar with Quesh. Grag, have your army hold the factories. Don't allow the Republic a second's rest. Cut down the Jedi defenders. Then either destroy the adrenal production lines or kill the Selkath scientists operating them.
The scientists are just doing their job. I'll cripple their equipment.
If that's your choice, just don't return until those factories have ground to a halt.
So Don Crow asks if the Hutts are the Batarians or the Krogans of Star Wars. To which the answer is neither. The Hutts are the Asari of Star Wars. Yes, really. Ugh, this freaking place. There we go. Hi, Eon Dragon. It has been a minute. Hope you're doing alright. If you haven't been doing alright, then I'll crush everyone in your... Oh, sorry. I mean, I hope things get better soon. Anyways, a Hutt lap dance. Oh, I don't have to imagine that. So, I have to address this really quick, because I'm pretty sure you were joking. But Edward Bedore mentions earlier that as one of the 3 stupidest things Star Wars has ever done reinserting the Hutt scene back into A New Hope. I don't think that qualifies in the top 100 of stupidest things Star Wars has ever done. So I was going to challenge chat. Let's see how many absolutely ridiculous things we can come up with, because Star Wars has had some nonsense in its days. Like, I mean, literally we could just mention every single super weapon, just honestly all of them. Across the board. The one in A New Hope. The only one in A New Hope. Okay. Okay.
Finding Quesh to your liking? It's an acquired locale. If your group is on a tour of the facilities, you should sample what luxuries this planet has to offer.
I'm not sure that's smart.
I'm not suggesting anything against regulations, of course. It's just that Quesh now produces the highest grade adrenals and stims in the galaxy. You can find all the latest adrenal formulas available right here in our civilian markets. But if you're interested in something truly cutting edge, you've heard of the three families? The rebellious Hutts who've chosen to ally with the Republic.
Is there a point in all of this?
We intercepted a communication from the three families indicating that they've moved an experimental formula to Attis Station for final testing. Industry rumors about the formula's effects are nothing short of miraculous. Heightened awareness, near immunity to fatigue or exertion, mild euphoria. It's perfect. I want to acquire some samples for synthesis, to distribute it among our troops, after I've tested its safety, of course.
This is a trifling matter, but I will do it.
You'll find Attis Station nearby. It's a Republic research facility disguised as a simple outpost, so it'll be better protected than it appears.
So, I've seen some kind of dumb things in chat, but I'm sorry, all of you are still nowhere near as stupid as this gets. Not even on the same category. Did you know that on the forest moon of Endor, there's a mountain that cries healing tears? Because on the forest moon of Endor, there's a mountain that cries healing tears.
Sir, your help is critical. Operation was to move in, secure the area for a supply depot, move troops and equipment deeper into the mines. Casualties, 13. Dead, 12. And I count 6 broken ribs, 1 shattered kneecap, and 1 Hutt-sized headache.
What exactly does this have to do with me?
The Republic worms guarding the area were jacked up on some kind of adrenals. They weren't human, they were animals. They shrugged off blaster fire like bug bites, and then tore into my squad. I only survived because a grenade knocked me senseless. My plan was to rush in there, take all the adrenals I could find, and complete the mission. But you might have better success. We need that supply depot.
From the way you describe these Republic soldiers, I'm not sure I do any better.
The Republic soldiers are only good because they have an edge. I'll give you the coordinates to the Republic's adrenal stashes. If they can play that game, so can the Empire. Secure the area for the new supply depot, and make sure Alpha Squad didn't die for nothing.
Yeah, like I said, we can go down when it comes to stupid in Star Wars. You gotta really dig to get to the stupidest. It's bad. Thank you so much, Eon Dragon. Always appreciate that support. I've put that towards Bug Fables. Thank you very much. And I'm glad you liked the theater. I really hope you watch more of the theaters, because, well, we put a huge amount of... I'm alone. Why am I alone? Oh, God, they abandoned me. No, hate for me. Because, so you can skip the Paper Mario theaters. Those are dumb. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but, like, they're not our best work. That was the prototype, right? but please watch the Final Fantasy IX Theater and the Undertale Theater. Those we put a huge amount of work and effort into. Also, if you're not aware, you can click the live chat replay thing, and I give director's commentary throughout the course of all the theaters from FF9 onwards, so you can get a little bit of a behind the scenes if you'd like it. I mean, I'm sure some writer somewhere could turn the magic crying mountain into something good. Maybe. Maybe. Like, I don't want to say it's impossible. Oh, wow. Okay, no, they don't despawn, thank God. They don't share, though. Where can you watch the theaters? Well, let me just go to my own channel here on YouTube really quick here. Just pull up the playlist. You're going to hear something. Oh, no, it didn't actually play. There we go. Here is the playlist for the full theaters. Now, this includes... What the... I'm not logged in? Huh? How am I not logged into my own Twitch channel? One moment, please. That's a new problem. Oh, I bet I know what did it. Yeah, I know exactly what did it. Here, let me just drop this here while I figure this out. Give me a second. Oh, hey, I also have some spam from someone trying to sell me a way to boost my Twitch stream. Whoa-ho-ho. When was the last time I watched my own channel? About 5 seconds ago. And before that, probably a few months ago. One moment, please. I do need to fix this now. Well, I don't need to fix this now, but I do need to fix this. So fix it, I shall. So let's do this. And this. And that should work. Yep. And that, whoop, that's going to reset everything. Hopefully that didn't change much. Cool. Test. Cool, we're back. Alright, so as I was saying, that's where you can find the Lorewalker Theater. Although, actually, I just had a thought. So give me 1 second, please. I know, it's crazy having a thought. Let's just pull up if I do this. Why don't I hit this button instead? Actually, let's hit this button. Ladies... Shut up. Here, let me give you a slightly different link. There you go. Much better link. Much better link. And let's do this. None of the movies really talk about the Sith to any extent. Someone do me a favor. Type in !theater. Yeah, the Sith use the red lights here. I told you it's iconic. Thank you. That's why I put both spellings of theater in there. Immediately someone uses both. That's actually funny. Now someone can just say theater, and we could have an immediate link to the theater playlist. Perfect. Because I really want more people to watch those. We put a lot of time and work and effort into the theater. Like, a lot. The Final Fantasy IX theater took 4 years to make, minus 1 month. No joke. No joke. 3 years and 11 months is what the FF9 theater took. Undertale and LTTP took substantially less. Yeah, I decided to just take the link at FF9 rather than Paper Mario. Reasons I probably don't need to explain. Anyways, so Let's go kill some Jedi. Death to the Jedi and to the living. Get back up to date on the question. What do we got here? Let's see. All of this stuff. There we go. Nope, nope. There. Oh yeah, by the way, do you remember when they decided to add a Sith amulet into Darth Vader's glove to explain why he could block the blaster shots in Empire Strikes Back? Even though that makes no sense and isn't actually necessary at all. I'm telling you, we can go down the rabbit hole of stupid in Star Wars. It's not a new thing. I know we like to blame Disney for everything, but let's be clear. Star Wars has always had stupid. What the hell was that? Of course the EU's fan fiction. It's just official fan fiction. Which also occasionally is better than the original trilogy, so, you know, it's got that going for it. Is that everything? Nope, I still need to take out 2 more stations. There aren't 2 more stations here. Giga's dead. Why? There's only 2 stations! How? Okay. I guess I'll just stand here and wait for the respawns. Because... Or... Let's see, what other stupid things do we have here? Oh, there's the Jedi droid. Skippy. Where's an elevator? Oh, there's an elevator. Nah! I almost pulled a me. Oh, my Leku do not like being dragged up like that. My goodness. Hi, Evo. That's fine, yeah, Dragon. Let's see, what's our next question? So is the Imperial Senate just a rubber stamp for the Emperor? Or did it have any real power? So it's funny you ask that. In the original intent of Star Wars, the Imperial Senate was actually the real power. The source of the corruption that was causing the Galactic Empire to be so terrible. That was later changed into obviously being a thing by Palpatine, but I always found that particular take on things amusing in its own right. Excuse me, I gotta go squish Giga. But where is Giga? Where's anybody? Where am I? Just gonna hit this. There we go. And then... God, I gotta go this way. There we go. Then this way. For... It's like that power station? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Alright, I gotta find Giga. Giga! Giga! Oh, you're alive. Never mind, we're cool. Yeah, the Emperor was originally just an ineffectual figurehead who was rubber stamping the things that the actual people in power did. It's one of the reasons they emphasize Tarkin so much in A New Hope. To get across the idea of, you know, the real people in power. One of the original commentaries was supposed to be that Tarkin was actually... He didn't outrank the Emperor, but he was more powerful than the Emperor. How's that to think about? Oh, no, I approve. I approve, Evo. Rubber stamp. The Evo's the real power behind the lore walkers. I'm just a rubber stamp. Alright, where'd Giga go? I must save Giga. It's the only way. Oh my god! You... hello, Giga. You look lovely this time of year. I can't yank a person. Oh, no kidding, Edward Bedore. It's always fascinating to me to look back and see where things came from and kind of wonder how things could have developed differently. Was killing Tarkin a mistake? No. That man was evil and large and in charge. Anyways. So, why didn't Palpatine disband the Senate upon becoming Emperor? Well, you already answered the question in your question, because you say, is it because he's trying to keep pretense of the Republic? It's more like he's trying to keep pretense of the Galactic Empire, but yes, that's whoop. That's where they were going with that. Just gonna wait here for a moment. Very patiently. What is respectively the best and worst representation of the multiverse travel I've seen in fiction? The best is obviously Here, There, and Everywhere, or whatever it's actually called. A film I've never even seen. And the worst is Doctor Strange 2. Or Loki. Yes, this is a dramatic reenaction of Giga about to be squished. That was her reaction as she saw the elevator door coming. Yeah, even Roman emperors get the sun round. A cinematic mistake? I mean, I don't know. I don't think I agree with that. But then again, Lucas has said many times he regrets several of the decisions that happened in A New Hope because, you know, they weren't planning for it to be a franchise. They were planning for it to be a movie. And so he regrets a lot of the things. That makes sense if Star Wars only ever was one film. Yeah, Jerjerrod, Edward Bedore. I can't believe I remember that name, but I do. Anyways. What is the smartest thing Star Wars has ever done? Okay. This is an answer that I fear a lot of people are going to disagree with, but it's still true. It's still true. Because the smartest thing Star Wars ever did was the EU. I've actually said this before. I believe we talked about this during the KOTOR lore run specifically. Once George, who had dictatorial control over Star Wars at that point in time, sat down and said, I want other people to make things in my universe, and opened that door, that was a sea change. That didn't happen. That kind of thing wasn't normal. And that we've gotten a lot of crap because of that. Not just in Star Wars. Not just in Star Wars. And there was a lot of crap in Star Wars. Again, you know, crying mountain. Okay, I'm done. But, good God, that was such a wonderful change. And yeah, I agree. Lucas was ahead of his time in many ways. Mostly technical ways. So it makes sense to me that one of the smartest things he did was open that up. And say, yeah, make stuff in my setting. Go. Oh, absolutely, Blade Chaval. You're absolutely right. I agree with the overall decision. I do think the EU could have been catered better. Not catered, that's the wrong word. Caretaken better. But that's just a matter of implementation, not the core idea. Fine. So, anyways. Now, if that's a cheating answer, let's see. Is that a bonus? Nope, that is actually something I need to do. Let's see. If I have to choose something like in-universe. Yeah, exactly, Kay. The EU effectively had no oversight. The EU had gentleman's arrangement oversight. I've actually seen a lot of interviews from a lot of the original EU writers, you know, the ones who really got the EU started. And all of them pretty much say the same thing. We kind of interacted with each other, and that was the coordination. Like, we had to get everything rubber stamped by the committee, which was under Lucasfilm. But yeah, it was the honor system. It was effectively just the honor system, and they all just kind of were like, yeah, let's do this and this and that. And in some cases, writers didn't even bother reaching out to the other writers. They just said, we're just going to do whatever. But I still think the EU was a big net positive. Big net positive. To be totally blunt, and I'm probably going to get some flack for this too, I probably wouldn't be a Star Wars fan, or at least not the type of Star Wars fan I have been for 40 years, if not for the EU. the original trilogy are some damn good films. All three of them. And I think Empire Strikes Back is one of the best made films of all time. But it was those books, and then the games, and then the comics that got me into Star Wars. And I didn't unmute in time. Sorry. Well, anyways, the good news is all this is just a nonsense side quest that nobody cares about. So thank you for killing those people. You're welcome. And yes, Evo. That's strange, but okay.
You have the formula samples? Oh, please tell me you have them.
I have it in hand.
Here, my command's entire recreational spending allocation. Please excuse me, I should really see to securing these.
Yep, sure, shove them into your veins, do whatever you're gonna do, you freak. You want to hear something really, really stupid, Evo? So, I was told recently by someone who had no motivation behind doing it that I make a good mainliner, and
displaying all.
I don't know. That just made me happy. That just, it's nice to know that I'm actually good at something I like doing. You know, it's silly, but there it is. Yeah. Anyways, sorry. So let's see here. Questions. I need to get caught up a little bit here. Gut reaction to Endor having the Yggdrasil tree whose sap has healing properties. Yeah, Endor actually has a lot of nonsense. I mean, you mentioned it earlier. Endor literally has just a fairy. Just a fairy. No, it's a fae. In Star Wars. Yeah, exactly, Young Dragon. It's a nice little morale boost, you know? Gotta keep that morale up, otherwise we're gonna get routed and have an dishonorable display. Yeah, Endor is apparently just Hyrule. Who frickin' knew? Oh, God. Has any of you seen those cartoons? Because those cartoons are terrible. God. No, I do not have a filter to make myself look like a ghost. Sorry, Docro.
I just spoke with Grag. He said you shut down the factories and the fight's under control. Well done. Without Adrenals or their Quesh venom supply, the Republic is finally vulnerable. We must hit the three families with everything we have.
Slay the Hutt slime. Their secrets die with them. The Republic can't process Quesh venom.
And they'll be pushed to the brink of galactic war. All we must do is kill the leaders of the three families.
The Hutts will fall under my lightsaber.
I love the cyborg look, by the way.
I'm glad you're so eager, my lord. We'll prepare for your attack at once. Colonel, wake Portho the Hutt from whatever adrenal-addled haze he's drowning in.
Grayson. Should have known you'd attack soon. I'm during my afternoon adrenals. Too bad my compatriots just upped security. There's no getting past the front door now.
Even the best security can be bypassed.
You try taking out the main gate shields, but there's another way. My Chevan advisor, Norvin Kell, he could smuggle a small group past security using my best adrenals. They're strong enough for Hutts. You'll be knocked out cold. Norvin can give you the adrenal and sneak you in.
I could use some shut-eye before slaughtering your friends.
If you say so. I'll make the arrangements, just in
Take your
case.
recommendation under advisement, Portho.
Hey, Yada.
Use your adrenals. When you awake, you'll be the only surviving member of the three families. You heard the fool. Either fight through the front or take Portho's adrenals and be smuggled in. Your choice.
Yeah, screw that. Let's fight.
The Hutt can keep his concoction. I'd rather fight on my feet.
Portho gave us schematics on the palace's security. You'll need these EMP charges to scramble the generators shielding the main door.
Excellent. Once you're inside, kill the leaders of the three families. Portho too. Then upload their data on Quesh venom processing to me.
Hey, hazardous. Jazz music. Probably not Black Bile. But you know how that works. Do I think Nihilist pulling the Ravager from Malachor and holding together and flying it through space is stupid? Yes, but mostly because of this thing called hyperspace. Admittedly, though, it is, if you think about it, extremely impressive. It's just... Really? Crap. What is this, Guild Wars 2? Just dumping loot on my face. So, what's the most interesting race? Sorry, what's my most interesting race I designed in the extant? So I actually like almost all my races in the extant, but I would be lying if I said it was anything other than the Azimdi. Now, that being said, I'm curious if anybody in chat who knows the extant, which I think is a grand total of 3 people, and 2 of which I think are not here, might be able to answer that question for you, see what they find interesting. But for me, it's definitely the Azimdi. The way you get them is you pull up your Legacy tab, like this, go to Global Unlocks, and then down to Other, and it's these 3 right here. That's the rocket boots. That makes them, that reduces the cooldown, and that reduces the cooldown. So, that's how you do it, right there. They cost credits or real money. So what's the most interesting race that I have developed that you're aware of, Evo? I swear to God, if you say humans, we're going to have some words. How big was the hype around Phantom Menace when it was announced? Truthfully, I don't have the ability to describe it to you in simple terminology. It's insane. It is absolutely insane how much marketing hype and spiel and buzz were being designed around Episode 1. Yeah, it is bigger than whatever you're imagining. That's not a joke. That's not an exaggeration. That's not an anything. The marketing campaign for Episode 1 was gargantuan. You couldn't get away from it.
Take it easy.
They were talking about it in every vehicle, in every medium that existed. And it was the first real Star Wars film in, at that point, I think it was like 15 years? No, it was close to 20, wasn't it? It was almost 20 years. I forget the exact number. Don't call me. So, Star Wars was still something of an institution, not simply another movie series. So that was big news. Then there was how huge Star Wars was in general. Then there was the fact that they were advertising it, again, everywhere. Yeah, people quite literally would watch other films to see trailers for the Episode 1 trailer. I should know. I was one of them. There were actually other film trailers that were designed around the Episode 1 trailer. There's like 3 of them, but the one that I'll always remember is the Austin Powers one. You remember that one? No, not the Austin Powers one. Sorry, that's the second one. The third one was... oh god, I don't remember what the trailer was. But it was, if you're going to watch any movie this summer, watch Episode 1. But if you're going to watch a second movie, go watch our movie. And that was their trailer. You've made a mess. My goodness. You killed my apprentices. Oh, nope, she's alive.
Are you the Sith who killed my apprentices?
My lord, I assure you it was nothing personal. I just prefer to stay off Thanaton's hit list. Or do you really think I have nothing better to do than chase a pair of low apprentices across the blasted galaxy? Now, as often happens when 2 Sith first meet, one of us isn't leaving this room alive. So I propose a toast. To the honorably defeated.
There isn't a chance I could be buried on Korriban, is there? I hear the tomb on Nagasado is vacant.
The odds are slim, but I could put in a good word for you.
Well, shoot. I liked them, too. By the way, that's it for Quesh for Sith Inquisitor. Land, go all the way to the north end of the zone, kill that guy, immediately leave. Get used to that. Several of the Imperial Quesh stories are exactly that short. Wait till you see Bounty Hunter. Alright, so... I feel like I haven't properly emphasized how big the hype was, but just trust me on this one. It was probably the single biggest marketing campaign that's ever happened in the United States for a movie. That's not an exaggeration. It's one of those... Okay, so let's get this out of the way. Episode 1 sucks. Right, okay. We can all sort of accept and admit and embrace that. Okay, cool. So, episode 1 sucks. Did we get double dismounted? Okay, they gotta die now.
Come on.
But, yeah, it was just trying to outdo the Titanic. But the thing is, it sucked even more in that initial thing. I bring this up because an argument I've heard a lot over the years is, oh, well, it's not actually that bad, it's just you were expecting too much. However, not only, first of all, I tend to disagree with that. Even though that is a real thing, I just think that people overuse that excuse. But there's something much worse than that, and that's when it really is that bad, and you were expecting too much. And that was episode 1. If you wonder why we meme on the prequels, decades later, it's not that they suck. It's that there was that huge gap in expectation versus quality. We have never recovered as a culture, as a
Take it easy.
A fiction-consuming audience from that cliff, that plummet from the episode 1 hype into what actually was episode 1. Quite frankly, I think if episode 1 was as good as episode 3, which I remind you is still a pretty flawed film, that wouldn't have happened. Like, that they would have landed, nailed the landing substantially better. And by the way, I have a pet theory which I've never actually... What the hell, okay? That I've never actually been able to prove, but it is a theory of mine. I theorize that because Star Wars has been so iconic and done so many things no one and no thing else did for decades, that's why Star Wars was special. You know what I mean by that, right? I don't even have to explain myself, do I? Star Wars wasn't just any other film franchise. It was Star Wars. And I bring this up because, and someone mentioned this in chat, I think that's one of the biggest reasons why I don't like the Disneyfication of Star Wars. Because now it's just another franchise. It's the attitude that goes into it. It's the mentality of it. It stopped being Star Wars and now it's the MCU too. Now, that is disappointing. It still led us to some good things. Don't thank me for hating the AU. There's actually some really good stuff in the AU. It's just... it's not Star Wars anymore. That's a damn shame. That's all. I just wanted to mention that really quick. I mean, we're playing a Star Wars game. It's when else am I going to have a chance to talk about this, right? I'm sorry, Gigapudding. I'll talk about WoW plenty later, I swear. I did earlier today, after all. Oh. There we go. Can I help you? That's right, I don't even need a lightsaber to kill you, buddy. I'm just that good. Okay, so now what?
Be careful. The Republic's discovered Portho's treachery. Hurry, before the Hutts escape.
I wouldn't feed my worst enemy to the Bong, so... Yeah, the visual bugs know where I live, apparently. First you hog my adrenals, now you betray the three families. I should feed you to my rancor. Wait, you know me, we grew up in this business together.
Calm down. The three families must remain united. You're vital to the Republic's mission.
Your Hutt allies will soon be the Empire's victims, Jedi.
You let Sith in our home?
If you value your power, bring me the intruders.
I've always wanted to see a Hutt fight.
Guards, attack this scum. So, sorry, for those of you who are watching on YouTube or not clicking stuff or whatever, Hazardous linked me a picture that said, Episode 2. Episode 2 completed shooting on September 20th of 2000. Film critic Roger Ebert, who is a moron, I remind you, only gave The Attack of the Clones 2 stars. And had to say this about the movie. I was amazed at the end of Episode 2 to remember I had not heard one line of quotable, memorable dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen of the viewers of the chat, please quote me one line, any line, from Episode 2. Any line, really. Pick something that isn't sad. Just for bonus points. Hello, there was actually 3. Thank you, everyone, for proving my point. I know it's not really my point. It's just that is so like if I ever needed to prove objectively that Roger Ebert's a moron, I think I just did. No kidding, Mr. Red. Bye. Oh, episode 2 sucks, J. Palmer. But that doesn't change the fact that Roger Ebert's an idiot. Thank you. Jilta's a monster. There's no telling what he would have done to me. Master Thrall was the one who uncovered my betrayal. He is a wise Jedi. Too smart for his own good. He put the 3 families in charge and left Quesh a few years ago. Now he's back to drive off the Empire.
3 families. Where's the 3rd Hutt leader?
Broga? He left right before you arrived. Master Thrall must have sensed your attack and warned him. Listen, I'm a smart Hutt. I know Moff Dragon wants me dead, but I'll help the Empire find Broga. I'll even sweeten the deal. Let me live and I'll give you my best drugs. They're drugs. They're drugs.
Hand over the adrenals, and we're even.
You won't regret this. I'll keep my deal with the Empire. But first, I'm gonna take some adrenals and forget this whole mess happened. Yeah, go drug yourself out, buddy. Drugs. Drugs. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the stuff.
Moff Drayson, I'm patched into the hut's mainframe.
This is it. Everything the three families knew about processing Quesh venom. We can erase the Republic's head start in minutes.
Whatever you say.
Excuse me. Our top researchers will pore over these findings. I can't thank you enough. I see you've killed Jilta and... Portho? You're still alive?
Hello, Moff. Just took a few Adrenals. Care to join me?
Foolish slug. I suppose we can use him after we fix his adrenal habit. But our fight's not over yet. We have a hut on the loose. Broga, the last leader of the three families. He escaped before your assault. As if losing that hut's slime wasn't enough, we have a new problem. A powerful Jedi Master named Baron Fral just landed on Quesh.
Fral was talking to the huts when I arrived. He didn't appreciate the interruption.
You must have scared him. Master Fral is wasting no time. He's already amassing forces with Broga the Hutt. Slay them both, and the Republic's stranglehold on Quesh will crumble.
I can't promise anything.
Do your best to kill them. That's all I ask. Find Master Fral and Broga in the Quesh venom plant. Tear the facility apart. Make sure they don't leave the place alive.
I mean, WoW music has never drifted, never failed, and never faltered. There are individual songs that are bad in WoW. That's it. Anyways. What we got? Alright, O'Connell, we're gonna fix your lag. We're gonna build a lag wall. Can I name a bag song from WoW? Yes, the Eastern Plaguelands. Also Fellwood. It's the same song. War, 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 war. There you go, bad song. Boom, easy. There's one other bad song. And of course I can't think of it right now because I don't even have it. Sneak. Bonk. Bonk. Anyways, so Evo has a potential idea for a story, which sounds like a cool idea, but unfortunately I need an answer to a question which you probably don't have, knowing you. So here's the question I have for you, Evo. Why is this philosopher wishing to discuss metaphysical topics with them? What's their impetus? What's their point and purpose? Whee! Ugh! Hey, you say that, Yada, but you're listening to WoW music right now. You have been for like 20 minutes. I just have a particular vendetta against Roger Ebert. Because someone having a bad take is whatever. But he was an extremely influential voice for a large group of people for a large number of years. And I've said this before. I'm a firm believer in the idea of professional responsibility. The more heard your voice is, the more it is incumbent upon you to do your goddamn job and watch what you say. Nobody cares what I say, but even I try to be careful about my words and my word choice, and I try to correct myself when I screw up. If I was somebody who everybody listened to, like if I was the voice in gaming, or if I was the voice in music, or if I was one of the main go-to critics or something, or if I was the leader of a nation or whatever, then I'd better watch my word choice very carefully.
All of that security just for a blasted crane? Doesn't make sense.
Problems, Sergeant?
Regrettably, yes. The enemy's presenting a far greater challenge than I'd anticipated. I'm charged with organizing raids against the Republic's mining efforts. We strike targets of opportunity to slow their progress and drive them to retaliate. They've recently constructed a large crane that I thought would make a perfect target. I sent a team, but security was triple the expected strength. My soldiers were slaughtered.
Why would security be so heavy?
Clearly, the crane is a very important part of the Republic's operations. Far more than we'd first suspected.
The crane needs to be destroyed and the Republic punished. But I just don't have the manpower to go up against so much security.
Look no further. I'm your Sith.
That's very generous of you. Thank you. You'll find the crane at these coordinates. Good hunting.
I think it's because we're technically inside Orcano. Tor pulls this trick a bit. In fact, WoW pulled this trick, emphasis past tense, back in the day. Ah! Alright, hang on. Die, monsters! Everything must die! Or, I mean, right, we can skip stuff. Actually, I assumed we didn't all have stealthers, so I was kind of for that reason. Anyways. Alright, so would a judge acquiesce to lose a few hours of their time to discuss with a philosopher? Not only would they do that, that actually probably happened way back. Like when the judges first started propagating into interstellar consciousness. When people started being aware of them, and they started getting invested, or not invested, put into society, you know what I mean? Look, I can't word, okay? Word be bad, yo. Word no good. Sneak, 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 sneak. You know, you say that, Hazardous. The last several years seem to disagree with that assessment, however. Honestly, I think the voice acting not only isn't good enough, but isn't enough. So, that's why. I stand by that opinion. Ironically, though, I think Quesh is still one of the better planets that isn't a tutorial planet. Almost entirely because of its brevity. Well, I think the story would work great. I don't think you'd like writing it, because all those answers are going to have to come from me, the creator of the setting. What was my problem with the Mass Effect 3 ending? That's a question you're asking me? Alright, hold on. I'm going to do a 10-hour essay here. You know what, Yada? That wouldn't even surprise me. Hang on. Before I even come to that question, let's rewind and hit some earlier question queue questions first. So first of all, to answer, I guess I already answered you. Yes, I think that's a great story idea. I do. It makes perfect sense, and it's a perfect world-building fit. There would be a time relatively early on when a lot of people wouldn't really trust judges, even if they were able to, and they are, able to perfectly prove that they are telling the truth and that their powers work the way that they are advertised to. So I've always imagined that there was this adjustment period where not just people were trying to troll them or trick them with questions, but people were trying to say, okay, well, you know, let's try and tap this. Let's see if this is something where we can learn about the greater secrets of reality. Even if sometimes those questions would be responded with the answer of no. As in, I'm not going to answer this. Whoops, that's a bonus. Oh, whatever. Tell you what, Evo, I'll let you write it, but only if you want to. I don't want you to write something you don't want to. That's kind of purposeless. Most influential war in Star Wars. In the EU, that's probably the Great Hyperspace War, to be completely blunt. Although the other possibility is, of course, the Clone Wars. I know that sounds strange, but the Clone Wars was something of a sea change for a lot of the setting. In the EU. EU? Remember, don't look at explosions. Love the helmet there. I believe that was Orcano. Wasn't even sure for a second. It's okay. Oh, right, we can't mount you. It's totally destroyed. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah, I was going to say, where the hell's Vigilant? But then I realized Vigilant's just helping us out. So, it doesn't actually have the quests. Sorry, Vigilant. Oh, whoop. Sorry, coming, Vigilant. Coming. Go here. And then this. Or that. It's fine. I got this. Oh, Jesus. I aggroed even more. I don't got this. My life for ire. I mean, Ner'zhul. What the hell are we working for nowadays? They had to be replaced with cybernetics, Organo. It was the only way. Okay, we're cool. Yeah, I would put the Clone Wars pretty high up there. My life for Calig. And mushroom pizza. Oh, I would kill for a good mushroom pizza right now. Doesn't exist around here. There's not a lot of good pizza places around here in general.
For once. Consider these mercenaries as beyond your mercy.
Why did you uproot me, Jedi? My palace was set up just the way I like it.
Quiet, Broga. We're not alone.
Right, sorry, we're on the wrong playlist here. Let's skip up here.
Once again, the Empire sends its best. Futile. Quesh will always be the Republic's.
We're just here to ruin your operation and spark galactic war.
The Republic won't take your bait. Not while I breathe.
Oh. Okay. You're outnumbered. Take my adrenals. They'll help you rip the scum apart.
True Jedi need only the Force.
You probably should have taken the adrenals. Just saying. Might have worked out better for you. Wow, he's got some health. He lived for a few seconds. I'm impressed. Mushroom pizza, okay. Careful there, buddy. You wouldn't want to
Watch your
slip.
step, Jedi.
Good show. I never liked that Jedi, nor his pathetic Republic. Bad for business. The Empire, on the other hand, I could work with them. Maybe even split the business. What do you say?
Nice try, Broga. But you're not weaseling out of this.
Yeah, sorry. I've already got a pet hut, and you're not it. Alright. Now we've got turn-ins. Yes. Will there ever be a Middle-earth story set over 100 years after Lord of the Rings, like the Legacy comics? Probably not. So someone mentioned idly earlier why there was, questioning why is there no Lord of the Rings EU. The answer is the Tolkien estate, who I have nothing but venom and ire for, so I cannot speak of them without losing my temper a little bit.
Won't find a better bargain.
So all I will say is that the Tolkien estate has put a very firm stamp down on anything Lord of the Rings related for the better part of the last
Come back anytime.
longer than I've been alive. So, screw 'em. Why is that a... Okay, why don't they allow that? They are obstinate jackasses who hold onto rights. That is a very neutral way to put that. Thank you, Pillars of Snow. And thank you, the Little Billy, for putting that towards Breath of the Wild 2. With this power, I will be able to lift this can of seltzer water and crush it beneath my mighty hand. Ah! And laugh at you can. You know what, sure.
The crane has been destroyed, Sergeant.
So I've heard. I've been listening in on the Republic's comm channels. They're furious at the loss. You must have done some serious damage.
As it should be.
It seems the crane was intended to build a powerful shield generator that would have made attacks on the Republic's operation impossible. I shall begin scouting for further targets. Thank you for your help. Without you, our entire mission here might have been dragged to a halt.
Well, first we destroy Alderaan, J. Palmer. First thing. Then Terrace. Then Corellia. Then Droman Kos. Then Coruscant. Then Hoth and Tatooine. And then Quesh. And then Belsavis. Except Belsavis should probably actually be much higher on that list, now that I think about it. I have no knowledge of Tolkien himself being for or against an EU. All I know is the Tolkien estate. Which, by the way, someone in chat, I think it was Omega Cow, hit the nail on the head. The Tolkien estate are super psychotic about allowing other people to participate in their setting that they own. But they are totally cool with you absolutely just butchering the setting with mobile games because those make a lot of money.
The Jedi and his hut are dead.
Excellent. The Republic will be furious. You have my thanks, and that of my council. We'd still be fighting over Quesh's mines if not for your help.
Just doing my part.
Your dedication won't be ignored, and if you're still invested in our war, there's more work to be done.
The Republic's still fighting. Help us pile up enough bodies here, they'll retaliate on other planets, then we'll have our war.
But first, enjoy your victory. Quesh will soon be ours, and the Republic grows more furious by the day.
And that is Quesh. And we are now done with Quesh forever. I know, it's not much to celebrate about, but you know what? We're done. Wait, there's a bonus series to Quesh? Hold on, is there actually a bonus series to Quesh? Because I thought there wasn't one. Let's look around for any quests on Quesh. I mean, let me phrase this to get my opinion, and I want to enjoy this elevator just one last time here really quick. Let me phrase my opinion here very clearly, because this is an actual attitude I've seen people use before. Well, mobage is terrible. Therefore, I will never allow a video game to be made based on my setting. Like, you know me, I tend to not lean towards extremes in any given direction. So the very idea of what the Tolkien estate has posited for decades, for longer than I've been alive, irritates me just on the face of it. But then there's the fact that they're totally cool with putting their stamp on things that are terrible, like the Lord of the Rings mobage, of which there are several. After all, those make money. Okay, I was just double checking to make absolutely sure there's no quests we missed. So yes, we can now put Quesh on the list of done. Yeah, thankfully we have periodically gotten some good Lord of the Rings stuff. In fact, we've probably gotten more great Lord of the Rings games than we have Star Wars games, which is a weird thought to think about. We've got that great RTS, I never remember which one it is. We've got Lord of the Rings Online, which I know it isn't a great game, but it was. We've got the Shadows of War and Shadows of Mordor. We've also got the JRPG. Yep, nope, that qualifies. We're up to 5 already. Good stuff. What's really funny, Evo, is good stuff does consistently make money. It doesn't always make money at launch. That's probably the single biggest economic reason why a lot of companies do not prioritize making quality products. Because good stuff invariably makes money. That history has proven that for literal decades. It may take a while for people to become aware of your product and then to start buying it, but eventually that will happen, especially in the internet age. But the amount of time it takes for that to happen is something most companies consider to be an unacceptable risk variable.
Your old apprentices are dead, but they managed to steal the key to Thanaton's meditation.
And so goes the last of my legacy, your self-accepted. But this key, perhaps their death was not such a waste. Thanaton's private meditation chamber would be the perfect place for an ambush.
We done playing with ghosts yet? Where I come from, man takes your dignity, you break his teeth.
We shouldn't rush to seek revenge.
We can't afford haste. I'd advise against facing Thanaton until you've gained more power.
How do I do that? I don't know where any more ghosts are.
You know, it's just hearsay, but there have been strange rumors coming off Hoth lately. Ships crashing mysteriously, and crews hearing voices. Some pretty level-headed people I know are spooked.
Ashara and I will look into these Hoth rumors. In the meantime, you should consider replacing your apprentices. You will appear weak if you don't try to restore what Thanaton destroyed. I've heard a new group of acolytes have arrived on Korriban. Slaves. The kind that Thanaton always passes on. Our old friend Harkon is training them.
I already have an apprentice.
Thanaton took 2 apprentices from you. And fallen or not, this one can hardly be called Sith. An apprentice from Korriban is a special honor. It says you have status, and you will have your pick of the group. Go to Korriban while we study these Hoth rumors your pirate friend produced.
Otario says, do I think anytime in this century, Star Wars will be as hyped as it was during the lead-up to Episode 1? No. Now, I should probably mention the hype around Episode 7 was not exactly insubstantial, but even that wasn't actually to the same level or extent. By the way, Giga, if you're still there, thank you so much for your assistance. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wear out your hands. Don't take that out of context. Rest your hands, rest your head. We need you to dance tomorrow. I mean... It kind of did, Jaludo.
Are you sure you'll be alright?
That being said, human nature is human nature. And as a direct consequence, it is actually fairly likely... I will, Dr. Winter. I was actually planning to. It is actually fairly likely that there will still be people who will be hyped or interested or excited or whatever. Oh, you're more than welcome to, Pop Sneaks. We are hitting Hoth next, so yeah. There's always people going to be hyped about something. No matter how many times we see the pattern, no matter how many times it's, you know, we're proven that we should temper our expectations. Human nature is human nature. And at least part of the reason why is because every now and again, it is rewarded. And you know what I'm talking about. I bet you can think of something within the last 5, maybe even 10 years, where you were really hyped for something, and it paid off. I can name something like that from last year for myself. Metroid Dread. I was amazingly hyped for Metroid Dread, and it didn't disappoint me at all. I'm going the wrong way, because I need to go talk to Harkon. Pay attention, Laura. Could be a game, could be a song, could be a book, could be a movie, could be a show. I bet most of you can name something. Like the LTTP Theater. Plug, plug, plug. You know what? Infinity War. There's another one for me. I know that's a little bit ago, but I was very hyped for that movie, and I was not disappointed. Oh, wrong way. I would also say Endgame while we're on the subject.
You are the slime, the filth, the wretches of society. You are what Sith Lords scrape off their boots. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to crawl out of that muck and make something of yourselves. More likely, you'll die. It's my job to see that it's one or the other.
Ugh, hi, Zalek.
Ah, Harkin. How good to see you again.
My lord, it's always a pleasure to see you. I was just preparing these new slaves for their imminent death. Are you here for an apprentice, or were you just feeling nostalgic?
I was just thinking of what good times we had together. Well, that and my apprentices were just ruthlessly killed.
Good times, yes. Thanaton had the sense to pass up this cancerous lot, so they're yours if you want them. This worm is Sephiroth. They found him in a Hutt's palace, crushing prisoners' heads for the Hutt's entertainment.
Okay, hold on. So I'm going to back out.
Take it easy.
And then we're going to try one of the other dialogue options.
You are the sly. Maybe it's...
Excuse me, please.
Apologies, my lord. I didn't notice you there. I was just preparing these new slaves for their imminent death. Are you here for an apprentice, or were you just feeling nostalgic?
I'm certainly not here to see you.
Still as prickly and arrogant as ever, eh, slave? I mean, my lord. Thanaton had the sense to pass this... Steve Pamuhu.
So, third time's the charm.
Maybe it's...
I take it these are the new acolytes?
My lord, you clean up well. Yes, these are the acolytes. A worse bunch than yours, if you ask me. I was just preparing these new slaves for their imminent death. Are you here for an apprentice, or were you just feeling nostalgic?
I don't believe you can kill Harkin.
Darth Thanaton killed my last two apprentices.
Yes, I'd heard about that. They were incompetents anyway. Not that this group looks much better.
Well, you can, my bad.
Thanaton had the sense to pass up this cancerous lot, so they're yours if you want them. This worm is Sephiroth. They found him in a Hutt's palace, crushing prisoners' heads for the Hutt's entertainment. Steve Pamuhu Mwaga. Shut up, slave. You don't talk directly to a Lord of the Sith unless she asks it. This beady-eyed monstrosity is Argog. Don't know where on a cat-hound's backside he's supposed to come from.
Not from far from you were born, I think.
Sorry, what was that? Can't understand a word it says. This gangly creature is Jackson. He's no Sith, but is at least human. No offense. And this bone-faced one, well, I can't pronounce whatever gibberish he says he's called. We call him Zalek.
Master.
Don't let him fool you. Too wild for his own good. There were two others, but we made the mistake of leaving them alone with Zalek.
Make sure you push them as hard as you pushed me.
And look how you turned out. Murdered your master. Be careful what you wish for. You may check back as you please. I don't expect it to take too long to chew through this bunch. What are you staring at, wretches? You know your trial. Now go!
I mean, I actually like Arkin better than I probably should. Mostly because of his presentation. On the face of it, he's just... he's your typical drill instructor mixed with a healthy dose of racism. But the presentation manages to salvage a bit, which makes sense because the drill instructor, you know the one, was entirely salvaged by his presentation, by his actor. If it wasn't for that actor, that archetype would not exist.
I trust our friend Harkin is doing well. If your business is finished on Korriban, it's time we looked for another spirit to bind.
Tell me about this ghost.
We think what Andronicus has heard is true. A Republic transport crashed over Hoth about a year ago. It was carrying artifacts from a Sith tomb that the Jedi had confiscated.
What did the Jedi want with Sith artifacts?
What does it matter? They never reached their destination. The Jedi never recovered the transport. I don't like the idea of binding the dead like this, but if you have to, I'd start looking for that transport.
Oh, okay. I can do that. But yes, R. Lee Ermey. But on the off chance anybody doesn't know who I'm talking about. Of course, Evo. You really don't have to ask if you can ask. I'm trying to get through the questions as fast as I can, Evo, please. Please stop whipping me, Evo. I'm sorry, please. Let's see. Speaking of which... How would I make the jailer work?
I hope you found some more information on this ghost business, Andronicus.
Look, I've been doing some digging around, and by all accounts, this stuff is more messed up than Tatooine. Pirates run this place, though the Empire and the Republic have dared to move in of late. Still, ships don't land here. The cold is part of it, but there are other rumors. The kind you'd ignore if you had sense.
Fortunately, I'm not interested in sense. Only ghosts. What do these rumors say?
There was a light freighter out of Yavin 4, the Star Runner, disappeared over this place. Reported some strange happenings before it did. It was a smuggler vessel loaded full of ancient junk from Yavin's tombs. If I wanted to catch a ghost, I'd start asking after that ship.
This looks like an excellent opportunity to continue your training, Ashara.
I'm ready, Master.
Hollow Chatter says the Empire's operating on this ice block, so you might try using your new Lord of the Sith authority. Careful, though. Place is crawling with pirates, and they aren't all as nice as me.
So, you talking about the, Primus, Papanix? The Forbidden One. So, here's how I would fix the jailer. First of all, the jailer was always just a title that was being used by Sargeras to manipulate the afterlife as part of his continuing plan to recycle souls into a very specific part of the afterlife, so that when he wiped out all of, the physical plane, the spiritual plane, that is to say the afterlife, would be protected from the machinations of the void, which was his goal all along. We, of course, imprison and defeat Sargeras during Legion. Spoilers. What this means is all of a sudden the person who's been basically running the scenes and organizing the entire afterlife is just suddenly gone. So everyone is continuing on in his, in his name without really knowing what to do. And you know that Sargeras was a micromanager because we know he was with the Legion. And the Legion's much bigger than the afterlife. So you know that he'd be a micromanager, you know that people would have no idea what to do, and it would fall apart almost immediately.
Good evening to all, and welcome to the Adama space station. I'm Ensign Rael. I gather this visit is because you'll be traveling through to the surface of Hoth.
Yeah.
That's the intent.
I'll be scanning you so I can customize your cold weather equipment. Then I'll arrange your briefing.
What the?
There we are.
Guy? Oh, it's Papanix.
As you're on the VIP list, Lieutenant Halpern will brief you. He's in the theater. Good day.
I was going to say, that's really impressive, Orcano. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Attention, VIPs in the room, let's show some respect. At ease. Let's get this started. Ostensibly, the conflict on Hoth is over salvage from a battle that happened above the planet. In reality, it is our trap for the Republic.
So, the salvage is worthless? Or is it just too hard to get to?
A bit of each. There is a fairly major pirate force that holds much of what the Republic wishes to recover. The Imperial plan is not to gain ground, but rather to make the battle as costly as possible to the Republic. We want our forces small and mobile, and while the Republic keeps chasing victory, we bleed them dry of personnel and equipment.
A horrifically effective strategy.
I will extend their misery with every blow I strike.
Yes, my lord. Misery's easy enough to find on Hoth.
Excuse me, everyone. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I brought your cold weather equipment.
We were just finishing, Ensign.
This should keep your core body temperature up. When you're ready, report to a pilot in the shuttle bay for transport to the planet.
Colonel Vanis at Dawn Base will be waiting for you. Good luck down there.
I wasn't gonna say anything vigilant. So, have I tried any new teas lately? Unfortunately, the only tea I've tried lately is the one I've already told you about, but it's really good. In fact, I wish I could have some right now.
On the ground, safe and sound, everyone. Clearance code says there is a Commander Triton in charge.
My briefing said I was to meet a Colonel Vanis.
I don't know anything about that. Commander Triton's the one listed as in charge now. I'm sure he can fill you in on the story. I need to de-ice the shuttle here.
Edward Bedore asks if I want to buy some death sticks. You don't want to sell me death sticks. So you like Chiss, right? Everyone likes Chiss. They're very popular. Entirely because of Thrawn.
Your advice boils down to doing nothing, and that I cannot do.
Sir, I respect your bravery, but if you see this through personally, you will be dead. And whose leadership will we have then? Ah, we've been awaiting your arrival. This is Commander Triton, and I am known by the core name, Udrus.
Lieutenant Halpin sent word you would be coming, and we've never had greater need of you.
Colonel Vanis, the commander of this base, is missing. We fear he's dead, along with all the most experienced men from this base.
To lose one officer is a casualty. To lose them all sounds like a coup.
I assure you, the last thing I wanted was leadership of this base. I had zero choice in the matter. The Colonel went out to investigate evidence of a possible spy probe near the Ice Lake. He was under heavy guard.
We received a distress call. It was obvious he found trouble.
Scout 1 to Dawn Base. Heavy casualties. Taking heavy casualties. We're under attack. We can't see the...
What on this world could take out an armed group of officers?
Besides the Republic, there are Wampers, pirates. Mostly aliens unafraid of the Empire.
Hey.
But we can't simply cower in our base when the mission is to damage and exhaust the Republic.
And our men can't do it. Commander, this visit is a gift to us from fate.
Whoever is behind this will be nothing but a blot on the snow.
Indeed. I have heard of the power of Sith. I only hope that you have not come too late. Our best case scenario is that Colonel Vanis's communications tipped off the Republic, and he's gone quiet.
But if I were out in that cold, I'd have called for a rescue. If you can find the Colonel, everyone on this base is in your debt.
I like how Gary pops in during a cutscene, asks a question, which I can't answer because I'm in the middle of a cutscene, and then bails before I can answer it. Jeez Louise, man. So impatient. Yes, tonight. God, I have a lot of questions in the queue right now. For the record, I'm...
Come on.
Yeah, they did the same thing with the Chiss that they did with the Hutts, and I'm not in favor of either of them, so that's just kind of whatever. But yes, tonight, yes. We shall do lots of digging, assuming dawn's down.
I'm looking for a ship called the Star Runner.
My lord, truly an honor and a surprise. I'm afraid no ships have landed on Hoth in ages, unless it's a crash. Actually, the name Star Runner sounds familiar.
And yeah, all Mandalorians are Boba Fett. Yeah.
What do you need the ship for? You're here on Darth Thanason's behalf, naturally.
The Star Runner was, shipping artifacts that belonged to him.
I'm a great liar.
The vessel, I recall, was a Republic ship. Star Runner. Blast. Your ship crashed years ago. It's buried under a few tons of snow by now. Your best bet? No. Give me a few months to get a recovery team on it.
A Sith does what a Sith wants.
Well, I mean, there's an Imperial Reclamation Service team you could take command of, if you wanted. It's just, the lieutenant in charge is a little odd. Too much time digging in tombs, you understand.
I only care that he can find the ship.
Lieutenant Talos Drellick could find a piece of glass in the Tatooine desert, but he's very particular about his work. I'm afraid I can't call Lieutenant Drellick. The weather on Hoth is bad for communications. The team's way out in the way searching for some mythical Sith temple on Hoth of all places. Good luck, my lord.
I agree that the Mandalorians kind of had the same thing happen to them that the Klingons had happened to them, which is funny. Because most Klingons were patterned after Core for quite a while. And then they started fleshing them out, and, well, that's cool. Right. Imperial base. So, how would I rewrite the third Batman in Nolan's... I assume you mean the third Batman film. Oh my god, that's... I'm gonna pass on that because that's a huge question. Let's just move on. Do I enjoy going to the theater? No. Do I enjoy performing in the theater? Yes. Favorite aspect of watching a performance live? Rewrite. Favorite aspect of performing a performance live? I would say that my favorite moment is right before the curtain rises, so to speak. Not literally, metaphorically. The exact moment at which you know, hey, exploration ding, that you're about to go out, about to start giving your lines, and there's this energy of that moment I can't describe. It's a combination of nervousness, excitement, and power.
Nothing but a bunch of namby-pamby cowards on this frozen rock.
Like this guy.
Think I like hearing my teeth chatter and knees knock, my sweat freeze and breath blind me? Not a scrap. But I got a job to do.
What are you looking at, dude?
Get a grip on yourself.
Whoa, sorry about that, didn't see you. Kind of snowblind, I guess. None of those remarks were aimed at you. In fact, my mission calls for someone of your obvious capabilities. Colonel Vanis left orders to stop the Republic from tracking our deployments here. I figured out the enemy's MO, but need the firepower to squash it.
What would have to be done?
Republic scouts have set up a series of short-range relays. Need to activate one to jam their communications. Can't activate without a data card from one of the scouts. Gonna have to get one of them the old-fashioned way. You game?
Any idea where I should start?
Republic scouts range around the lower ruins, spying on us and disappearing. Get a data card off one of them, and then find one of their relay consoles in the outer edge. I'll be here and can jam their relays once you're done.
Okay. Let's see here. I noticed question... Oh, I already answered that. Oh, God. Right. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. So, here's the blind warning. Welcome to Hoth. God, that's bad. That never stops being bad. I'm always a little surprised at it. Yes, this is just gonna be the rest of our day. The rest of our day is blindingness. There's not a lot I can do about that. There's actually nothing I can do about that. Wait, no, there is one thing I can do. I've got this. You ready, everyone? I'm gonna spare you. There you go. Okay, so just play along with the sound. You'll be able to figure out what's going on without any incident. It'll be fine. The only one who has to be blind is me. Hang on. Got a lightsaber some more things. Got a lightsaber a lot of things. Oh, Jesus. I got a lightsaber so many things. Listen to all that lightning. Oh, God. There's so much fascinating and fantastic combat going on the screen right now. Oh, God. Thank goodness you're not watching this terrifying sight of horrific death doom. Oh, God. Oh. Okay, I'll put it back on. Enjoy the blind. Probably not as bad for you, because it probably isn't actually, you know, covering... That's huge. It's like this much, right? It's this much of my life right now. This blinding death doom. I sort of fell into acting. I never tried to get into acting. It just sort of happened.
You're done great. Got the activation signal from the Republic data relay, and we're already jamming their comm.
Thanks to you, things are getting hot round here.
Cool. Yogi tea is actually one of my favorite brands right now. They do some really good blends. Okay, what am I doing in here? That's a bonus, which I don't care about, so we're not doing that. God, I hate this map so much! Okay, there's that. Where's this? That is also in here? Yes, if anybody wants to start voice acting, I hear there's this bald idiot. Okay, I see it, I think. Maybe. Questions. This is a great time for questions. So Lothario did ask, what is my problem with the Mass Effect 3 ending? Oh, Jesus. The problem is I literally can't summarize that. To do so would be itself problematic. It does have caffeine, Mr. Red. Sorry. Oh, God, where do I even begin? Where do I even begin? Yeah, I know you did, Papanix, but it's just, God, there's so many issues there. The false build-up, the lack of a proper final boss, the lack of a proper final dungeon, the slogginess of the Earth missions, the lack of acknowledgement of any of your choices, the fact that it's just Technicolor ending originally, which was fairly different between the three, the fact that that everything about the presentation and style of the game indicated that Synthesis was the best ending, even though it's easily the most horrific and nightmarish of the three. The fact that they decided to add a fourth ending, which was literally a middle finger to the player, intended and designed to be a middle finger to the player. I cannot believe you lived through that. Let's see, what else? What the? Oh my god, Orcano, no! Wait, no, that's Papanix. Okay. Whew. Thank goodness. Wait, no, he's breaking out! He's breaking out! I'm out of here. The fact that we couldn't win conventionally, inconsistency with the portrayal of the Reapers, even just in Mass Effect 3, the Reapers are inconsistently portrayed, so that's not really a franchise complaint. Yeah, I think I'll stop there. But trust me when I say that the ending to Mass Effect 3 will probably be a more than 3 negative situation once we get there. I could easily picture it being 6, and that's by memory. We'll see how the actual analysis goes, because those are the next games we'll be streaming in like a month. With the exception of Hoth, what is my most hated planet visually? Purely visually. Belsavis. Belsavis looks not designed. I complained about that the last time we were there, and I stand behind that complaint. So that's... Yeah, let's warp out here. Oop. Which death scene in WoW is your favorite? That's a tough one, actually. There's been some good ones. Yeah, exactly, J. Palmer. Belsavis should be cool looking, like, you know, horrible jungle planet of doom, but all you need to do is look at Drome and Koss to see how to do that properly.
I found Colonel Vanis. He was dead. Murdered by Republic Tals.
Tals. That would make sense. Cold adapted, Republic aligned. I've not killed their kind before. What about you, Commander?
What? Yes, of course.
The base awaits your orders, Commander.
We are having deep morale issues in the forward outpost. I must show them that we can triumph without Colonel Vanis. Now is the time for reprisals. These chittering animals will not get away with this. I want 10 of the Republic to suffer for every one of ours dead. I want every last Tolls wiped out, their heads on sticks out in the frost.
Anything you'd like to add?
The main thrust of the plan is sensible, but given our limited knowledge, I suggest the plan be refined before use. A covert action is advisable, or we'll end up wiping out one group and causing the rest to go into hiding. I have data arrays we could install in their communications link. If we did that, we could locate and estimate their numbers before we hit them.
Killing is reliable. Technology isn't.
That sounds like a lesson gleaned from a life far more interesting than mine.
Commander! Come in, Commander!
Go ahead, Scout 5.
We found a nest of Tolls on the ice lake. Too many to engage. Transmitting coordinates now.
Perfect timing. Brutally slaughtering a few dozen should sow fear throughout their little cabal. When you're done, report to the forward outpost. It's closer to the lake, and the men there can see your success in person.
I'm torn between Garrosh's death. Between Garrosh's death, Varian's death, which is a good one, and alternate Gul'dan's death. There's also some other good ones, like Illidan's death was actually kind of intriguing in its own right. Mostly because of what they did with it, though, so the death itself was whatever. Alright, so now it's down and over. Where's the... Oh, there it is. Let's see it.
At your service, my lord.
Is there anything specific from previous Star Trek TV or movies that hasn't been touched yet you'd like to be seen used in an STO story arc? Oh, Jesus Christ, Justin. Yes is the answer to your question. Specifics? No, just yes. Okay, real talk. Let's explain the planet killers. They've already shown up, what, 3 times in STO? Can we get an actual explanation for those things? Arthas... Huh. I should shut up about that. Let's see. Others, like something really big that really I'd love to see STO tackle. You know what? I want STO to do a proper Borg storyline. I know that's kind of a cheap answer, but honestly, me and Pax were talking about that just a few days ago. And I really think that they should actually do a real Borg storyline. That they haven't yet. There's so many directions they could take that in. And, while we're on the subject, I think they need to ignore Picard Season 2 when making that. If I have to pick something tiny and esoteric, remember the litigious aliens from the episode where they have to relocate the colonists? It'd be kind of cool to see something done with them. They're only in 1 episode ever. I can't even think of their name. But those guys.
We're close, boys. We'll find that temple. I can feel it. Rogers, no cutting corners. Don't forget the salt.
Hi, Talos.
Salt's not the best solution, but it's the only thing that doesn't freeze out here, and solid footing is a must.
I'm looking for Lieutenant Talos Drellick of the Imperial Reclamation Service.
Good night, Vigilant.
My lord, I am honored. I heard you single-handedly unearthed artifacts of the great Tulak Horde. I'm a Naga Sadar man myself, but I'd love to compare notes. What brings you to Hoth, and how may I be of service?
I'm hunting a ghost, actually. On a crashed ship.
A ship. Not usually our line, but let's hear it. Maybe we can help.
Explain.
A bit new for the Reclamation Service, but artifacts. And a ghost. I've heard that the dead talk down in the tombs, but to see one, oh, I wonder if it'd be possible to make a hollow image.
I imagine it would depend on the light.
Yes, darker would be better. Engineer Sorrel, do we have any probes that aren't frozen solid?
Shalora works as good as any in these conditions, sir. She may not look like much, but she's got heart.
If my guess is correct, the captain would have launched a distress beacon before the crash, which would give us a line on the ship.
Not a bad idea.
Beware, my lord. The cold's master out here. My boys and I are going to shift camp. Try to get a better communication setup going. But let us know if you find anything.
I love it, by the way.
Take it easy.
30 seconds in, I already love Talos. 30 seconds. They don't actually do much with him, unfortunately. But he's pretty legit. He's probably going to be positive territory. Anyways, Vigilant, if you're still there, thank you for your assistance. Always. And I like to think the same thing, Mr. Red. I like to think that Varian knows well enough to know that he wasn't betrayed. Which is why that scene pisses me off so much when he says for the Alliance instead of for Azeroth. Especially since canonically he said for Azeroth like 5 minutes before in lore, but whatever. Anyways, which apprentice would I have wanted of that bundle? The human. I know what you're thinking, but why? Well, he was the only one speaking basic. Who wasn't Zalic. And I hate Zalic. So screw Zalic. So, Evo has a writing question. Would Felwreath show sympathy to a criminal? I suppose that would depend on the criminal and what their crime was. If you're asking, is it physically possible for him to ever show sympathy to any criminal for any reason, the answer is absolutely yes. After all, he himself did some very morally repugnant things that were legal at the time, which were later dubbed to be illegal. It's one of the reasons that he had to deal with some issues on board the Hammer. The legality of, you know, military officers being possibly tried for war crimes under an evil regime, Nazi parallels, we're walking. So he'd probably lean more towards sympathy than not. I absolutely think you're right, Mr. Edits, and that's exactly why that pisses me off.
All right?
But that's okay. We'll fix it all in the rewrite. You think I can't? Signal too weak? I'm right here, game. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry. How would I do the Mortis Gods? What the hell are the... Oh, you mean the idiot, the moron, the doofus, and the bad thing that I don't have a word for. I was going to say another word if I'm being completely honest there. I really hate Abeloth so much. Alright, so I have to do the Mortis Gods. You've put a gun to my head, and you said, Lore, you're going to write the Mortis Gods. I'm like, okay. But first of all, they're not gods. First and easiest change. Second of all, they actually have nothing to do with the Force. And third of all, they're all bunnies. Done. Alright, so. When Felwreath has a chance to talk to Kowalski about his no-shield shenanigans, what questions would he ask him?
Take it easy.
Would he ask why Kowalski did that? Why he didn't tell him beforehand? Oh, jeez. Demonic bunnies! Perfect. We figured out a usage for the picture. I love it. No, I mean, think about it. Anakin and Ahsoka are like, what's going on here? And there's just these bunnies. And they're like, what's up with these bunnies? And then...
This is Captain Quellen of the Star Runner. SOS. I repeat, SOS. We're caught in Hoth's gravitational pull and falling fast. Strange events date back 2 weeks. Yavin 4 artifacts, believed to be the source. Something has taken control of the ship. To whomever finds this message, burn this vessel. Don't look inside. Don't touch it. Burn it.
Lieutenant Drellick really is something else. Could find a wampa hair in a snowdrift, I bet.
It still doesn't tell me where the ship is.
No, but we have a bearing from the beacon launch, and those tracks. Somebody beat us to this thing. Lieutenant, sir, we found the beacon, but no ship. There's some light tracks, though. Appear to be a few days old.
Have Shalora zoom in, Sorrel. I've been studying alien tracks since I was old enough to know a Twi'lek from a Toccata. No offense. Ortolan. I'd know them if they were 6 days old and covered in jam. Those are Ortolan tracks.
They covered the...
I'll be sure to look for you next time my ship's galley is invaded by a pack of Ortolans.
That's a good one. I'll have to remember that next time the Imperial Reclamation Service Trackers Committee meets. It looks like those Ortolans dug something up. Possibly a clue to the ship's location. Sorrel, where's the nearest Ortolan camp?
It's a ways beyond the next outpost, but the tracks look headed in the right direction.
Well, might be time to put on your best diplomatic face, my lord. Ortolans don't like outsiders much, but it looks like they're the key to finding our ghost.
I will be utterly charming.
I'll have Sorrel bring the beacon to the base. Between it and the Ortolans, we're bound to have a breakthrough. We'll be there when you're through dealing with the Ortolans.
Every time I hear someone who doesn't like Talos, I can only just think in the back of my head, why? He's so awesome. Oh, okay.
Yes, you're coming in loud and clear. Good to see you're all accounted for.
Good work. Has the base been informed? How is morale there?
Gentlemen, the commander wants to know how we feel about the tolls being struck down.
Excellent. That's a sound I've not heard in some time. And I understand one of our patrols spotted towels that flared rather
Meanwhile,
than
in the background, Gus is going, whee! Sorry.
So, what now? We have devised a plan to put the Tals in position for a killing blow. Their supplies, weapons, medical equipment, and the high-calorie food they require, all of it is stored in one central location. They may be adapted to the cold, but without their supplies, they wouldn't last a week. So we will destroy their cache.
So instead of fighting Tals, you want us to fight hungry, angry Tals?
They should be able to mount one counterattack before hunger weakens them. If I were them, and suddenly without food, I would raid this base. So we will amplify our defenses here and spring the trap shut. Unfortunately, getting at their supplies may be difficult. They are in a series of ice caves overrun by Wampas.
That sounds like a pretty unforgiving security system.
Wampas can be fooled. A combination of synthetic pheromones and body language could make them think a Tals is part of their pack. All the more reason to bring back their equipment. We could learn much from the Tals.
The last thing you'd want to do in a Wampa cave is weigh yourself down.
You'd be surprised how much I can carry.
I suspect even with your associates here it will be difficult, but it's your decision. Take anything of theirs that gives them aid or comfort. Make them come crawling. Let them know who the masters of this miserable world are.
Pirates? Oh no, you mean the Wampas. Right. Yay, Wampas, I guess. So Felwraith gets to talk to him. Would he ask why Kowalski let him go? Why he didn't talk about it beforehand? I feel like the answer to that is no, Evo. I don't think he'd ask questions so much as he would be like, "Hey, I have been made aware that this happened." And then he would just pause and let that kind of sit there and allow Kowalski to fill in the gaps as much as he is going to. And depending on how gap-filly Kowalski gets, would determine Felwraith's next course of action. Next question. If Felwraith considers the option of taking these people to Force, which he absolutely considers that option, What would be his in-character reason for not going that route? That's a good point. Because obviously we both agree that that option shouldn't be taken, but what is his justification for that? I don't know, which would you prefer, Trihexia? Burning to death or freezing to death? Ironically, I've experienced both. I've had frostbite, and I have had heat, exhaustion, heat stroke, whatever it is. If Kowalski says nothing? Oh, then he's in trouble. He's gonna go on report then. He might actually have some kind of official mark against him if he says nothing. If Felwreath, if the captain says, hi, I'm giving you an option to explain yourself here, and Kowalski just kind of tight-lips, well, there's literally only one option to that. Only one reaction to that. I'm happy too, Mr. Ed. Unfortunately, I haven't had as much time to collate as I'd like, but I still appreciate you. Which is, I just told you, Evo. Kowalski is going on report. That's probably going to be when some military tribunal charges get brought up. Because obviously, if your commanding officer walks up to you and says, explain yourself, and your response is to say nothing, then you've just signed yourself up for insubordination and, you know, being investigated for whatever else you're doing wrong. That's extraordinarily stupid of Kowalski to do. So... Also, as any commanding officer will tell you, you don't put up with that kind of insubordination, period. Not unless they have an extremely good reason to do it. Which, of course, he might, but he wouldn't give his reasons for it, so... Hey, Valerian. Boop. How are we carrying all this? You know what? Don't answer that. Let's see. So why does... Right. You distracted me. I'm still trying to answer 2 questions at once here. Where's the food? Did I miss the food? Is that food? Get my mouse over probably. That is food. Okay. Naturally, their food... Right here. Sure. You know what? I accept. I accept. Not even gonna argue it. Let's see where we're going. Right outside. To here. I mean, you don't have to, Evo. It's not necessary to add the scene, really. That's in, not on. Oh my god.
Here. Let it not be said that carrying such a load through Wampas is impossible.
Yes, my lord. You'll be pleased to know that we have kept up our end of the plan.
The base is prepared for war. We have security fields, sensors, anti-personnel guns. We'll obliterate any Tulls that dares approach.
Commander! Commander! There's reports of a Tulls attack.
Excellent. What wing are they headed for?
No wing, sir. They're at the power station. They're overrunning the guards. They brought bombs.
These Tulls have no fear. Even when their army is at its last breath, they want to take us down with them.
If they kill the power station, we'll have no heat. We'll have to evacuate or we won't last past nightfall.
Idiot.
I'll be there in but a moment.
I'll call for reinforcements from Adamus Orbital. They should be able to land within the hour. Just get to that power station, and quickly.
Are you sure you'll be all right?
Sith, I mean, my lord, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I need your help. Me and my crew are running power converters for the Imperials when these things attacked. Hairy, four-eyed monsters. Tulls, I think they're called. I'm the only one who survived. Everyone else got torn to pieces. And?
It pains me terribly to hear it.
Crew's dead. Nothing's breaking them back. The Empire needs power converters to keep its outposts running, but anybody who comes close to my ship gets picked off by the Talls. You look like you might actually be able to handle those things. Finish that delivery for me, my partner will give you my pay. Minus expenses, if that matters.
I will happily face this danger.
What's the
pancake section of Psychonauts 2? Oh. West. We're still going west. Oh, there's right. What, the Dark Lord of the Black outfit, Orkana? It is very fitting. I like it. Anyway, so, I've come up with my answer, Evo. If Felwreath considers the option of taking them by force, which he does, what's his in-character universe explanation for not doing so? Felwreath is very pro-suicide. I mean, he is very pro letting people commit suicide if they choose to and want to, mostly as a result of what he's been through. So, as a consequence, he pretty much mentally slots in what these people are doing as willing, knowing suicide, and so he decides to go ahead and let them kill themselves. Would the Bastion keep an eye on the people from the team, most of whom suffer from psychological trauma? Yes. Ethics. Everyone disagrees on what ethics means, Evo, and frankly, I think that's not a good enough reason. At least not for someone who has an obligation to do a job, especially when it involves helping other people. So no, he needs a harder justification than, it'd be wrong. It'd be wrong is for afterwards, not, during. I forget what that saying is, but it's something along the lines of, let the courts settle it. I'm here to help people. And screw them! Anyways, there you go. That's his actual reason. Screw them! They deserve to die for their flagrant and violent stupidity. Or, I mean... And then he's like, he does this for some reason. We're not actually sure what's going on with that. Anyways. Remember the pancake thing. Who the hell's Sam? I'm just gonna look this up. Psychonauts 2. Oh! That's a scene. That's a moment. I know what I know what the scene is. I just remembered it. It's a moment. Let's see. So, would the Bastion keep an eye on the people from the team? End sentence. Yes. If yes, how? So... I mean, they would have regular check-ins regardless. And I know you're really insistent on people not coming down to the planet, which is one of the most frustrating limitations I've ever heard of in story design. I just want you to know that. So, it's like making a Star Trek episode where you can only have 3 cast members on it. It's like, and it has to be planet-bound. And it's like, okay, we can make it work. We can make it work. We got this. We got this. Oh, after the mission. I didn't see anything about that. In fact, let me read this. Would the people from the Bastion keep an eye on people from the team, most of whom suffer psychological trauma for obvious reasons? If yes, how? Will mental health services be provided to them? If yes, is it mandatory? I don't see any after there. You lied to me! You know what happens to people who lie to me. Mr. Red! Tell her what happens to people who lie to me. No, that would be a positive, Zach Taft, if the game actually allows you to use tools at your disposal in the way that they're intended to be used. Especially since the only way to stunlock a boss in a game like this would be have multiple party members who are all coordinating properly. In short, you would be rewarded with results for skill, instead of what actually is, which is you can't stun bosses at all, because screw you. Sorry, Omega Cow says we gotta kill you horribly. With no trial, too. Just... There we go. And the whole time we gotta call you slave for some reason. I don't know. It's tradition. Zeiss is a meme, which is funny. Not a big meme, just, you know, a meme. Because we see Zeiss only cares about money. So, you can make Zeiss do anything for gold. Just anything, really. Alright. So, assuming now that this is an after, not a during, that makes this question much, much easier. Would the Bastion keep the eye on the people from the team? No. If yes, how? Doesn't apply. Would mental health services be provided to them? Yes. If yes, is it mandatory? Yes. The Bastion has nothing to do with that kind of internal affair stuff. Pretty much the moment the mission's over is kind of when the Bastion walks away from most of the operatives on hand. But they don't just cut them loose and say, well, sucks to be you. Instead, they hand them off to another department, which will probably be recovery. The actual recovery office, which is a part of the medical services division, which is part of the civilian branch, which actually sits under the military's overall organization. But ignore that. The point is, they would actually be handed off to recovery. And that is mandatory. At least until they are satisfied that you're okay. Now, I don't know what else to add to that, so I'm going to end that sentence there. Alright, next question. You said there'll be an aftermath following the Bastion's failure. Yes. What will it look like? Well, since the Swarm War happens like a year later... I'm joking. Although, that's an idea. What if the reason madness causes the Swarm War is their failure in your story? I find something about that incredibly amusing. That would be horrific. We failed to save people. And then he'd let them know, because of course he would. I just wanted you to be aware. If you had saved those poor people, none of this would have happened. But now... we see you cower together like fearful animals, and you will die like them. Yeah. Nobody likes
I see
calls.
you haven't been briefed on our track record.
I mean, you know nothing. Our champion, the Slayer of Sith, comes this way. He shows you pain. You die in failure like your Colonel Vanus. I wonder what it feels like to be choked to death while being electrocuted from at least 2 separate sources. Like, what does that feel like? Oh, while also going insane internally. That's gotta be a feeling, you know?
Lieutenant Auron reporting in, my lord. Our company is on the ground, and we have secured the perimeter.
Is this under story, Mr. Red?
Tell me you cut off their retreat.
We cut them off and cut them down. There were a lot of them, but they didn't break through. We'll finish up here. If you return to Dawn Base, Commander Triton will no doubt want to congratulate you in person.
Well, that feels like main story quest, then, to me. Alright, so hold on. Rewind, Evo. Before you would throw everything up the trash, why don't you tell me how it contradicts it, and we can work our way through it. And while you decide not to tell me because you refuse to do anything other than tease me, I'll go ahead and move on to your next question. Aftermath to the Bastion's failure. You know, I actually haven't decided yet at all. These kind of things aren't exactly a matter of private record, so this will go public. This is going to absolutely destroy the Bastion's track record and rep. It'll probably hurt recruitment. It'll probably make it so that the Bastion might not be deployed as often or as frequently, or in cases where they otherwise might need to be. That will probably require an increase in military operations, as opposed to Bastion operations, and that'll lead to an overall detriment of everything forever. What will the Empire do with survivors? Well, there's this thing called the Recovery Division. I don't know if you ever heard of them. So that's probably where that's going to go. Derek said word he'd rustled up some folk to help, but y'all's about the last thing I expected. Not that I'm plenty glad about it. Glad to see these power converters. Here's your payment. Go away. Since you answer well, what are the best deaths in FF14? Ishtola.
And you say this squad, this group, managed to hold off the entire Tall's commander force?
It sounds incredible, to be sure, but here, I'll let you talk directly. You all have the thanks of the entire base. We were just expressing our amazement. May I introduce Moff Braynor, overseer of the Hoth system, among others.
I am surprised you'd take an interest in this humble base.
Your base is key to our activities on Hoth, and if not for you, it would have been lost. It is for that reason I ask you your opinion. Would you say Commander Triton or just Captain Udris was more instrumental in the base's defense?
Udris.
Captain Udris's advice formed most of our key strategies.
Duh.
We relied on him heavily.
That is as I expected. Very well. Captain Udris, you are now Colonel Udris. I am putting the base's welfare in your hands until further notice.
It seems you have broken down a few barriers, Colonel Udris.
I thank you. This is unprecedented. You do me great honor, Moff Braynor. I will have the base at inspection quality immediately.
Sir, if I might ask, do you think the enlisted men will have a problem taking orders from Colonel Udris?
You mean, will they refuse orders from a Chiss? They will at first. Then they will be made examples.
You could demonstrate your commitment by helping win the men over.
That is an excellent idea. I will begin immediately. Thank you, Moff Braynor. Colonel Udris.
That will be all.
Well, that went better than expected.
I suppose we should be happy we don't have pirate problems here.
He's referring to another security failure. Captain Revar at Leth Outpost lost a reactor substation to the Whitemore pirates. We have asked much of you, but Captain Revar has not, and his soldiers desperately need relief at the Leth Outpost. If you have the time, look in on them.
Take it easy.
Yeah, exactly, Zeiss. You gotta be smart about this. Anyways. Where are we at?
Come on.
How many credits do I think equates one WoW gold piece? 10. Listen, kidnapping is the greatest thing ever invented in the history of the ever. Besides, I don't have anything else to add to that. I don't know why I said besides. So Lothario says, is this another point against the existence of the Maker in Dragon Age? The Chantry teaches that the spirits were the first children of the Maker, and the demons came about of jealousy when the Maker turned away from spirits to humans. If that's true, why is there no spirit or demon who believes in the Maker according to justice? In fact, the ones that do only do so because they saw him in the dreams of mortals. Yeah, I would generally agree with you, but also, there's a lot of... One of the things the Dragon Age games, all of them do, and the books, is they kind of like to play with the idea that everyone just sort of assumes A is true, and then they tend to interact with someone who is like, no, A's not true. Why would you ever think that A is true? And they treat it like such a casual thing, and several of the interactions with the spirits, including Justice, tend to follow into that pattern as well.
What is this? I asked not to be disturbed. No matter. It is a rare sight to see a stranger here, let alone more than one. I trust you have come to help. I was busy calculating our chances in case the Republic attacks. It looks grim. If they bring a force of any real size, we're doomed.
If you have enemies, send me at them. You'll be safe soon enough.
Our skeleton crew is willing to fight, but we need automated guns to make up for the lack of numbers, and those eat power. What we really need is to tap into the nearby geothermal power substation, but it's been taken by the Whitemore. We don't have the manpower to take on those pirates, and we've got a base that'll black out in any sustained fight with the Republic.
I've never heard of Imperials backing down from a fight with pirates.
They're Hawks, part of a group called the White Moor. 2.5 meters of muscle each. The last time they captured our men, they made them dig their graves in the ice using only their hands. Then they buried them alive. I couldn't chance that happening again, so we haven't attacked their power substation. But your odds look good.
I could do it, but in a Republic attack, they will cut your power first.
You mean like a Dawn base? We've thought of that. Once it's ours, half of our turrets will be installed to cover the power substation. This is an energy coupling you'll need to install when you've eliminated all resistance. It should divert flow back to the outpost. With that power, our guns will be operational and give us a fighting chance. Go in strength.
What's this? It's just...
Are you sure you'll be all right?
MSQ. For both of them, actually.
Agua bosca puño. Bosca.
Those flickering lights again. Why can no one else see it? There's another power fluctuation on the way. Keep telling my superiors it's not our fault. Someone's tapping our main generator. But they just think we're being incompetent.
No.
They'll take all the power. Then all the Imperial outposts are going to be left in the dark.
Who's responsible for this?
Our generator readout console might have some answers, but I can't check. Naturally, I'm being held responsible for keeping our systems from blowing up. Whoever's behind it, pirates, the republics, we need to know who it is and give them what they deserve. My superiors expect nothing less.
Just show me where the fun is.
I've isolated the power tap. Our generator's not too far. Its readout should show who's doing this and where. Once you find out who's responsible, wipe them out, along with whatever they're powering with their energy. I'll be waiting to pass on the good news. I'm going to skip most of Evo's questions for just a second. How would I connect the Old Republic to the... So I assume you mean Tor, this game specifically. How would I connect Tor to the original trilogy? So the first and most obvious answer is I wouldn't. However, gun to head, yeah. So, let's... It's blinding. Let's say you gun to head me and I have to connect that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to erase thousands of years of history like that. It's gone. It's gone. It's over. It's done. And it's gone. This for paying customers who have a valid account with the bank only. Thank you very much. Now, with all of that history gone, what we do is we shove Tor substantially further forwards. In short, this is the event. This sequence of events, Tor, is what leads to the era of peace and prosperity that leads immediately into the prequel trilogy. I apparently didn't get credit for that. I'll just wait patiently. Like you do. This game. How long would the era be? Yeah, I was actually going to say a couple centuries. 600 years is a good range. Could be less than that. I don't think I'd go above 600 years, personally. But I think that's a good range. And yeah, this would basically become the Sith Wars. The great and terrible wars of terrible Sithy death do. Ah, here. Yeah, the end. I just don't have anything else to add to that. I think that's what I would go with that. Okay, so that also gets rid of Darth Bane. Bonus points. Yeah, I think 300's actually probably where I would go with. I think we could make 200 work, but that might be a little bit too short. But 300, well, 300 years ago, that's getting into vagaries and the point at which people might actually not remember events. while at the same time some impacts of those events are still reverberating, and you get the idea.
You did it. We're running on geothermal power now. We blew a circuit when it came on, but that was easily fixed. Did the Hawks prove difficult?
Yes.
They proved clumsy and stupid. I could have fought twice that number.
It's odd none of you are injured, given their accuracy. But I won't refuse good news. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to oversee the deployment of our sensors and weapons. We've already begun the installation of our defense systems, and we're on schedule to be done before nightfall.
Sir, the Republic frequencies are alive with chatter. They somehow knew we had a power surge just now, so I swept for bugs and I found this. An energy monitor.
Do we have a spy or a traitor?
Based on the Republic's internal communications, they had this installed long before we took over this outpost. I only looked because the Republic chatter was so obviously shocked by the influx of power. They won't attack here. They'll bomb the main geothermal reactor to black out the entire sector.
By all means, continue.
It sounds like they figure with us and a lot of pirates all on the same
the camera
grid,
angle.
one fatal blow is better than trying to take the reactor over.
They'll have to cut through the Orbital workers there and the Whitemore pirates, but they're sending Zero Squad snowtroopers. If I were a gambler like the captain here, I'd bet on them.
Do not bet so hastily. I will put a stop to this.
Very good, my lord. Zero Squad is the Republic's best. If you defeat them, just think of the humiliation.
See you around, Walker. Have a good night.
Take
and no, we could get rid of Darth Bane pretty easily. First of all, we don't need the Rule of 2. So that could be ejected. Second of all, if we decide to keep the Rule of 2, we don't need to keep Darth Bane. We could just have the Rule of 2. It's not that hard. You don't seem to be at a disadvantage out there, do you? Hold like that can steal your strength, slow your mind. Key to victory on Hoth is weathering the frigid weather. Whoever does that will win in the long run. Unfortunately, the pirates have us beat there. It's been a huge drain on us to compete. But maybe you can change that.
What are you trying to sell?
No, the pirates are using a new Adrenal secretor. Delivers steady time-release supply, much more efficient than our models. Doesn't help the Empire's Adrenals have a 67% failure rate. We can't compete with the pirates. But if you can get your hands on their secretors, I can replicate the technology. Level the killing field, so to speak.
I'm going to need details.
You know what to do. You need to know what you'll face, understandable. There are pirates out in the fields now. You'll find any, kill them, steal their secretors, they won't miss them.
This is a trifling matter, but I will do it.
Much appreciated. I'll start prepping the lab now. Good luck. Absolutely not, Star Wars, no. I spit upon it. Alright.
Jedi doesn't fear death.
Good. Oh, wait. Sorry. Reflex. Sorry, Ashara. You'll be healed. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Where was I? I was in the middle of talking about something. Oh, I already answered that. No, Mr. Red asked something, and it's gone! It's off the screen. There's too many cutscenes. Oh my god, there's literally another cutscene. And I can't join that one now. Oh, it's because we're in combat. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Yeah, let me scroll up to find Mr. Red's question. Go with moment and visual storytelling, respectively. Yeah. Okay, so what was that question? General question. Human cognition is a product of evolution, whereas all the species in your setting were all crafted. Therefore, it seems to me like their cognition would function differently. The answer is, of course, no, because they're all designed to be patterned after human thought process. Any questions? Yep. So we gotta burn everything. It's very important that nothing survive the burning. In all honesty, I've always sort of run under a very simple presumption, Evo. Sentient life is sentient life. There's differences of perspective and opinion and culture and biology, and that can inform things like opinion and culture and biology and all that fun stuff. But I decided very, very early on that people think like people and just walked away from the rest of that. I am physically incapable of thinking like an alien, so I'm not even going to try.
The pirates were responsible for tapping the generator. They've been eliminated.
Thank you, my lord. My superiors were pleased to hear a Sith was involved. Please accept this, my lord. I won't repay your help, but I hope you'll find it useful. Cool. Back into it. Sure, Evo. I mean, no, I don't think it's fascinating at all. In fact, I'm so aggressively disinterested in it that I would actually say I have negative interest in trying to write something that's physically impossible to write. It's probably related to the fact that I have no particular interest in Lovecraftian works either. Yeah, so the unknowable, the human, blah, blah, blah. It's just noise. I don't care. I actively discare. So, no, they think like people. All people think like people. That's that. What the hell is this nonsense? That's not snow. That's ash! Oh god! We've reached Morrowind. I knew it. I knew it. Oh god. Ash storm. Of course you love Lovecraft. Everybody loves Lovecraft. Everybody in the freaking universe loves Lovecraft. Ah, damn it. Okay, we did it. We got off Red Mountain. Whew, okay. So. What would the Bastion do if the team goes missing after the mission? What? I mean, hi. Everything's fine. Destroy the planet. It's the only way to be sure.
Come on.
That's a joke. Don't take that seriously. Yeah.
Take it easy.
You know what? I'm going to come back to that, Evo, because that just... All you've done is ask me 13 different questions with that one sentence, and that's in so many different directions, I think I don't have enough information to answer you. So I'm just going to skip over that for right now. So let's delete. Although, again, it wouldn't be the Bastion's job. That would be recovery, or simple medical services, or whatever people they responded to, like the university, for example, that they used to work at, you know, wherever their job is, friends and family. Basically, everyone in the galaxy other than the Bastion would probably care more than the Bastion would. But I imagine there would be a lot of people who would be wondering where the hell they are and why they went missing. It would not be a good thing. They would probably find them immediately. No, that's not fair. That's not true. That's not true. It would depend on things I don't know. But let's just say that there's no hiding. So that's not on the table. Unless they kill themselves. In which case, obviously, that's a very effective way to hide, I will admit. Did you kill the bot? Oh, yep. Hang on. Bot dead. Give me a sec. Should be up now? Try again real quick. Give the prompt. Okay, there it is. We're good. We're good. Whew. All right. That was good. Can a person want to disappear off the face of the galaxy? Yeah, if they tell people they're leaving. If you go suddenly, then people are going to very naturally and automatically assume something's wrong and look for you to help you. If you say, hey, I'm out, peace, well, that sucks, and they'll probably try to talk you out of it, but then you can go and do whatever the hell you want to. If I suddenly stop hearing from Third, and he just stops responding, I'm not going to be like, well, sucks to be him. I'm going to try to figure out what happened to him. I'm going to be very, very concerned for my friend that I care about. You seem to have this really dystopian view of how people interact with each other, Evo. It's actually funny to me. There's this thing called empathy. I think we've talked about this before. I know you've never heard of it because you're secretly an alien who is here to kill all humans. Which is why you're backing my world conquest plan, obviously. How do we... There it is. No, of course not, Warp Core. But Evo doesn't think I'll be able to conquer the world without killing all humans. She's wrong, of course. But I'm gonna prove her wrong. Hang on. There we go. Maybe not topic. Hang on. Dr. Winter asks an interesting question. There's a person on Earth that when they hear a certain word, the Earth core, God damn it, will explode. They don't know the word, we don't know the language, don't know the person or where they are. They're completely unaware of it, and the consequences are in no way intended. What do we do? Well, if you don't know who the person is or where they are... Oh, sorry, you do know where the person is or where they are. Okay, cool. So, hypothetical clarification question. Does distance for them matter? Like, for example, if they were, I don't know, random example, ejected off to Pluto, would they still be in range to destroy the Earth? Have to do that for me. So they wouldn't be in range. Perfect. There you go. There's your answer. Kick them off the planet. Like, look, we're sorry. Go away. The lives of literally billions of people rely on you not randomly saying this thing. So, boop, you're gone. Wait, so hang on. So the answer is yes. If they hear that word, oh god, I'm dying. Buttons. Buttons. Okay, it's okay. I'm a tank. I've got some buttons. Not used to having to hit them. There we go. We're okay. We're okay. Everything's dead. Oh, hi, Ashara. Where the hell were you when I needed you? Jesus Christ. You know, that's all MSQ. Anyway, so if they have to hear it, but they could hypothetically hear it if we ejected them off the planet, like they could listen to a radio broadcast and hear it, then there's no choice. You have to kill them. That is the only choice that exists there. That is a non-choice. That's actually kind of a nonsense choice if we're being honest with ourselves, but you know, that's the trolley problem in a nutshell. All right. I already answered the Assassin's Creed question. Do I think that there's a cutscene? Hang on, sorry. I am a guest in this phase. I cannot talk to this person. Whose phase is this? It's Papa Neeks. Papa Neeks, talk to him. Papa Neeks. We're all not eligible? Okay. Cool. No, Papadix is right there. But he says he's not eligible, and neither are Kano or I. Ah, Tor. Never stop touring it up. So do I think the people or person who created the Chantry Doctrine didn't interact with spirits on the level of the Ward and other protagonists? I don't think it really matters, because they would have a motive to create the Chantry regardless. There are plenty of reasons, political and personal, to try and create a religious group. Completely regardless of, you know, the truth. Ah, but they could read it, Loke, because as Dr. Winter just said, they could knowingly perceive it. Oh, hang on, okay. So let's see if we can figure this out here. So if you blind them, they could hear it. If you deafen them, they could see it. If you do both, they could think about it, or braille it. So, no. One bullet, done. There's no dilemma here. There's only math. Hey, there we go.
All civilians need to evacuate the station. Step away from the console with your hands on your head.
I'm not going anywhere, Skinny. This is the exact opposite of what the Republic stands for.
I said, step away from the console with your hands on your head.
I hear if you wave that blast around enough, someone might fight back.
Intruders! I've got intruders in the shaft room!
Okay. That is a choice that you can make. I'm not sure I agree with it, but I mean, you know, it's... It makes you happy, buddy. Easy now, I ain't gonna hurt you. You've got no call to hurt anybody here. You got control of the station, and that's fine by me. The Republic, they're crusading. I don't know what's gotten into them. We can work something out. That's true. I do like not being horrifically evil.
It's obvious I'm not here for your benefit. Why aren't you running?
The only thing my people have got on this rock are mines and reactors. When they try to blow it up, take it personally. Here's the deal. I'll activate the guns we've got set up. Give those commandos a warm welcome. Then we run the reactor for you. You keep guards here, but when you leave, we keep the station. Agreed?
You provide the expertise, and the Empire will provide protection.
You won't be disappointed. Our team here takes a competitive wage with very cheap overtime.
There they are! Get them!
We can, of course, work out the contract a little bit later. Yeah, sure thing, buddy. Man, I gotta go kill a lot of people really quick. Sorry about this. Nothing poisonal. Dude, what do we aggro? Oh, I see him. That's like, what aggroed us? It's those dudes that didn't exist 5 seconds ago. Loves it, monster. Did they stop doing the monster closets thing in the expansions? I'm just curious. Yeah. You're not being annoying, Evo. Although in several cases, I literally can't answer your question because you're asking me such broad, sweeping questions. My mind just kind of locks up for a second, like, Maligula would definitely go under character, yes. Ironic, if you think about it, considering she's literally not a person. Still qualifies, though. Alright, so, scrolling through the questions here. If Kowalski is court-martialed for his shenanigans, and then for keeping the captain in silent treatment, would a judge be involved?
Take it easy.
If Kowalski continues to refuse to talk, then there's no judge needed there, really. His crime is refusing to talk, of which he is guilty. The end. I do not want your drugs, please and thank you. Looks bad. I'll never get out of this cave. No.
It's over. The reactor is secure, and the Empire now has to deal with the Ortolans.
I was hoping they'd stay on. The last time we took over a reactor, we had to translate all their labels into BASIC. I'll ask Command to send reinforcements there. Looks like we're going to be holding some ground after all.
Okay, what about the
You
pirates?
said pirate outposts are hooked up to the reactor. What happens to them?
We cut their power and watch them run to a shelter with heat. They're easy pickings then. But such trifles are our duty, not yours. You would be more useful at Quesh Outpost on the glacier. The captain there is a friend. He's been wounded, and his outpost is battling a group of survivalist fanatics called the Hailstorm Brotherhood. You could make the difference.
I'll go at once.
Excellent. I'll send word.
See, the thing is, it's not like you'd go... So, okay. The punishment for refusing to speak, I mean, his career's over. Top to bottom. But the relevant point here is, if he's refusing to speak, and is obviously still cognizant and capable and in his right mind and all those other fun things, then what would happen is someone would ask a judge a very simple question. They would say, is this a security issue? Or a safety issue? Or basically a non-privacy issue is what this would boil down to. In other words, is this something where we actually need to get involved? The answer, I'm assuming, based on my extremely limited knowledge of the situation, would be no, we do not need to get involved. In which case, no actual judge would really be involved in the process. It would be a really simple no. And then, okay, the military court would handle the rest of it. And he has refused to talk, so his career is over. He's being drummed out of the bastion. He'll never serve in the military. And he will be drummed down to a basic citizen. Will have no operability to operate on any government post, or any university post, or any factory post, any government post whatsoever. All of it's gone. And, let's see, what else? I think that's it. I think that's all. I, of course, don't know anything elsewise, but his crime, which I do know, is refusing to talk, and that is the crime for refusing to talk. Or that is the punishment. You know what I mean. You get my point. I was going to say, I didn't hearth. I'm still up here. I do appreciate the leapfrogging we've been doing. And by we, I mean you've been doing. It's been very helpful in speeding these up. It's funny you say that, Evo. That is arguably harsh, and it is intended to be harsh. But what I find funny about you saying that is that from real-life perspective, that is extremely lenient and generous. Now, that's more a condemnation of the real-life justice system than anything else, but it's still a true statement. Of course there's reasons he can't speak. But whatever they are, well, if they're not something that has to be violated, in other words, so the whole point here, since I don't think I said it outright, is a judge would be called upon to see if they need to violate his privacy. Because he has a right to privacy. Everybody does. If his right to privacy, if there's no good cause, no good reason for violating that right, then he gets to stay private, which means we have to assume the worst, because he is refusing to talk to his superiors about a situation in which something very bad not only almost happened, but did happen. He is therefore automatically considered to be the maximum amount of complicit in whatever happened. Now that's his right to stay quiet about that, something that he would not only know, but he'd be made aware of. But yeah, literally refusing to talk to a commanding officer is a complete violation of the very concept of a command structure. If that kind of thing was tolerated and treated lightly, it would mean a complete dissolution and dissolvement of the very concept of a command structure. Thank you, Carwelis. Always appreciate you. I will put that for Thief 1. Thank you. It's kind of related. You may or may not have seen this in the Dragon Age lore run. It's kind of related to the you can't be nice. Well, you can only be nice to an extent, is actually probably a better way to put that. Towards AWOLers. People who just, you know, jump ship. Correct, Savacom. See, Savagam understands. The whole point here is that a judge would be called upon to say, do we need to violate his right to privacy? Now, I'm assuming the answer is no. I don't know, because you don't tell me anything. But I'm assuming the answer is no. This is his decision, for his reasons, to stay quiet, which isn't going to get someone killed. It's not like he's some kind of evil terrorist psychopath, and it's not like he's under some kind of curse or geese or whatever that can be broken. Instead, it is simply his choice to stay quiet, because he has made that cognizant, sentient, sapient choice. Ergo, the Empire will not actually violate that privacy. They will punish him for failing to be an officer, but they will not punish the person for deciding to stay private, if that makes any sense. Probably
I'm
not.
looking for the remains of a ship called the Star Runner.
Did you get home, by the way,
from the
Savagam?
distress beacon site.
Who are you? Why must Outlanders claim every slab of ice on Hoth? Drive this stranger away. Hound her through the snow until she squeals. You will do no such thing. The Master speaks! I am Horak Mool, right hand of Ludo Quesh, the true Dark Lord of the Sith.
It is truly an honor to meet one such as yourself.
Don't bow to this animal. When I'm returned to my true and terrible form, then you will bow.
No offense, but Master, why can't you Sith just become one with the Force when you die?
I know what you are, Force Caller. Your last victim rides in your mind, but I will not be bound.
Surely I can persuade you otherwise. I've never taken no for an answer, and it would be shame to start now.
Do you really think you can challenge me? It took 5 of Naga Sado's assassins to kill me. Not 1, 5! I held my freedom to your Sith. If you want to bind me, it'll take more than words.
I wonder if Jedi have this much trouble getting what they want.
Very deep in the snows of Hoth, you'll find the ruins of an ancient Sith temple. The temple is both training ground and burial site for Naga Sado's personal order of assassins, the assassins who murdered me. Become the instrument of my revenge, and I will consider divulging my location and sharing my strength.
And how exactly do I enact revenge on ancient dead assassins?
Do what it seems you do best. Destroy. The temple's lined with complicated traps, and these animals have no talent for thinking. Hey! I hope you're different, but I won't warn you. This guy's a dick. Desecrate the temple. Destroy every relic, every bone, every ornate bauble. Then we may talk again. The Master has spoken. Leave us, outsider. Okay. We might have to force bind this one. Because screw this dude. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually work that way, but whatever. And why are you sorry for asking that question, Evo? It's a very valid question. My only regret is I feel like I haven't explained myself properly, because you clearly think that they should just like, well, he isn't saying anything, and is completely ignoring a direct order and a military tribunal, so... Oh, well. So, lunch, anybody? Which is obviously something I disagree with. Like, if you screwed up on the line at a freaking Arby's, and you refuse to explain yourself or talk about it anyway, I'd probably fire your ass. Which I suppose is what they're doing to him anyway, so I guess that's whatever. But you get my point. No, you're not vexing me. If I sound frustrated, it's because I'm on Hoth, but also because I feel like I'm not explaining myself properly. Because, yeah, I mean, again, let's stick with the Arby's analogy here. If you screw up on the line, and you say, look, I'm sorry, I screwed up, here's why, that sucks. We'll talk about it, we'll figure it out, we'll work through it, right? If you screw up on the line, and you tell me Jack, well, now we have a problem. And if I question you, and you still tell me Jack, well, we have a problem. And if I bring it before the GM, or if I bring in the district manager, and they come in, and we talk to you, and you still refuse to talk about it, you're out. You're fired. 1, 2, 3. And we gave you tons of opportunity to explain yourself and, elucidate. Doesn't really matter what it is at that point. That has to happen. Organizations cannot function by definition unless you are actually capable of enforcing them, and that relies on those kind of abilities to interact and communicate. That's just reality. I don't know how else to explain that. Hence the frustration, because I feel like I'm running in a circle now. Now, that's in a frickin' Arby's. Now picture doing that in a military... okay, not military, a governmental job, where you are actually responsible for a group of people who are trying to save lives on a grand scale, no less. I know. Maybe you think 300 people doesn't count as a grand scale, to which I would disagree. That's 300 lives over there. And you say nothing? I mean, they probably wouldn't, Mr. Ray, but that is kind of an amusing mental image, isn't it? Anyways, I hope I've at least explained myself. What universe is this in? Mine, the extant.
I met the ghost, and he needs me to get inside an ancient temple.
Then it's true. My peers in the service laughed when I said it was on Hoth, but now, yes! It's the only thing that makes sense. Your ghost said he was a follower of Ludo Quesh, and that Naga Sadow's assassins killed him. Sith! Do you realize what you've done?
You're cute when you're excited.
Oh, well, thank you. Oh, how kind of you to say. We're talking about the fabled Sadoween, Naga Sadow's personal order of assassins, myth made real. Don't worry, I'll get you inside. I've been circumventing the security of ancient tombs since I was old enough to hold a data spike in a pair of pliers.
Glad to hear it.
Let me just gather up my equipment here. All right, let's go.
I love Talos. Talos is so great. I had to take the flirt option there. It's not a real romance, and honestly, I just thought it was cute. And yes, Blake Traval, although I'm not sure where that happens on the timeline, but yes. Okay, so what do we got up here? Where are we at? Ah! Well, one of the big deals, I'm sorry, just to make one point clear. One thing I've been trying to emphasize, and I'm not sure I've really successfully impressed upon it to Evo, is that the Empire believes very firmly in something I believe in. Due diligence. So, you know how I gave that example earlier with the Arby's thing? Me, GM, DM, then take action. Due diligence. You don't just make a snap judgment. You don't just go with the surface level. You actually do your goddamn job and do it properly. That's something I believe very strongly in, and it's something the Empire believes very strongly in, because for all intents and purposes, I am the Empire. So, the reason that's relevant is because, do I think that if, Kowalski just decided to be quiet, that people would immediately be like, screw you? No, of course not. Be like, all right, look, step 1, step 2, escalation, investigation, cover the bases, and if at the end of all of that, then you pull the trigger.
Please return to the medical bay. You may further injure yourself by walking.
I heard you the first 5 times. Now be silent. I have an outpost to defend. So, you made it past the pass in the mountains. I'm surprised the Hailstorm Brotherhood let anyone through.
I am the Senate. Oh, sorry.
Your old friend is alive and well. Hoth is turning our way.
Revar. It is too long since I've heard from him. Apparently not doing so well he could send a fighting force. We've been cut off from the other outpost by the Hailstorm Brotherhood. A cult of madmen in the White Moor Pirates. You see this wound? Dressed it with seasonings from the rations when we ran out of colto. In a few days, we'll be eating boot leather to survive.
Are you going to take this indignity from a handful of pirates?
We're weaker from hunger than I'd like to say. They're starving us out, and it's working. One defeat will be our last. What about you? Could you face them?
Yes. I'm sorry, was that rhetorical?
More than face them. The snow will melt with their blood.
Oh my god!
Yes. Let not one of them stand or crawl or limp away. They will face retribution for those.
How hot is their blood exactly?
When you have the bodies piled... curse it, another stitch.
Sir, I did say you need to be on bed rest.
Very well. The Brotherhood like to use downed speeders as bait. They should be easy enough to find. Good hunting.
Okay, so they're harvesting spice locally. They're harvesting spice on Hoth.
I hope you plan to elaborate.
Single dose plus brain equals lifelong. Yeah.
This is a trifling matter.
Okay. I'm not even going to question that one. We're just going to presume that they can make spice here. They're growing spice. Hoth. Lothario says, do you remember when Sony was hacked 10 years ago? Actually, I do. And millions of people's credit card information was exposed. Do you think whoever was responsible for security at the time should have lost their job? Unfortunately, I don't have an answer to that question. Because as I feel like I just tried to emphasize over and over again, it's all about due diligence. Do I think someone should go sit down and have a very, very serious discussion with those people? And probably figure out some specifics of how and what and all that actually happened? Yes. But do I think they should be fired outright? No. That being said, if this is a matter of gross negligence, then yeah, their ass is canned. Would Primary Universe Seska follow Mirror Universe Janeway? Yes. What? I'm not answering that question. Oh, I never gave you feedback on the final version of Lilith. It's amazing, and I love it. But you're asking if it fits the good, evil Lilith. So let me check this here. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Still scrolling up. Oh my goodness, come on, game. And by game, I mean Discord. Where? Ah, I passed the thing. Damn it. Scroll up some more. Jeez Louise, come on, Discord. Work with me here. Where is the picture of Lilith? There it is! You know, I don't know if that's good or evil. So I suppose that's my answer to you. Well, that worked. Let's see. I do like it, though. Meanwhile, Evo says, this is probably related to the someone deciding to disappear for the rest of their lives thing. They're an adult, they have no family, and friends are busy with their own lives. Then they're not good friends. And so they don't notice, they only notice they're gone after some time has passed and not instantly. Yeah, then those friends suck. Those friends probably need to be taken out back and shot. That's an exaggeration. But seriously, what the crap? You know how long it would take PAX to notice if something happened to me? A day. 1 day. As Indriar. What's up? But, okay. Let's presume for a moment that this person does not have any real friends. Which... Jesus Christ. That's a poor person. So doesn't have any real friends, has no family, has no job, and has no, like, outstanding bills. So none of the people who would notice that kind of thing immediately show up. See, the problem here, Evo, is I know this sounds awful to mention, because it's... Well, I don't know why that's awful. It's just weird to mention, but the reality is, in real life, people tend to notice very, very quickly when people go missing or die. I know most of that from the more medical side of my family, but also the financial and just in general. People just vanish, actually semi-frequently. There's entire infrastructure designed, here in the United States at least, for pretty much immediately tracking down when someone goes off the grid. It is actually much harder to truly go off the grid than you'd think. If you're actively trying to stay off the grid...
I found the Hailstorm Brotherhood you spoke of.
You probably will make it for a few days.
That's so.
Maybe a week.
Glad to hear their bodies are finally getting colder. Those maniacs have laughed at us for far too long. But here's something they don't know. We found out where they hide. The Hailstorm Brotherhood make camp in an open-air fortress cut out of the ice, not far from here. I guess caves were too easy. They obey what their beloved Master Sav tells them to. He's their legend, a man who can survive anywhere. Kill the head of their little personality cult, and the body will fall apart.
He's got Master in his name. Is he on the Jedi Council, or is it just a nickname?
We assume he doesn't use the Force, or else he wouldn't be able to teach his skills to so many. He's tapped into something in the human body, which makes him and his followers plenty dangerous.
Yeah, he doesn't wear a shirt.
If you go into that ice fortress, don't give him any chances.
I like killing cultists. It makes me feel like I'm tidying up the galaxy.
Agreed. But I have one final request. Master Sav is responsible for this. For me. For my men. When you kill him, you let him know what a mistake he made leaving me alive.
They're not idiotic questions, Evo. Stop apologizing. What you're doing is you're asking someone who has some experience and some consulting with regards to certain topics and concepts, which is what a responsible writer should do. Don't ever apologize for doing your job. Now, if the goal here is to get someone to try and have them drop off the radar, what we have is a puzzle that needs to be solved. Because that is going to be difficult to do. Not impossible, obviously. But if someone really does just want to vanish, well, then we need to figure out some specifics. Why do they want to vanish? How do they want to vanish? Do they tell anyone what they tell them? Why they go in what direction, etc. It's a big galaxy. If they had enough food stocks, they could probably just pop off on a ship, literally go into, just sublight out for a while, and then just kind of stop. Kill the engines and stop there for a while. The odds of someone finding them under those circumstances as they just kind of float in space are almost non-existent, unless the person coming after them is the military, which it won't be, because that's not how that works. That's not a high enough priority. So, in this case, it would just be kind of a, where the hell are they? What the heck happened to them? Oh my god! Now, that might eventually, I could see that eventually getting escalated, because after, say, a month of them being missing, and the people who are looking for them failing to find them, I could see that thing kind of getting shoved up the queue a little bit. The locals try, they don't find anything, so they try the local constabulary, which doesn't find anything. So they tap the local, I don't know, like the local government offices, which don't find anything. And eventually it'd find its way up to the purview of the military. And at that point, they might be like, that's not... God damn it. They might actually start pulling out all the stops to find this person, because at this point, we have a missing person case, and, concerns of health and safety are starting to come into the equation, right? Lumispice is what they call this. Lumispice. I think we double tapped on that one. Or double dipped, excuse me. Now, if they die in an accident, well, what's most likely going to happen then? Let's go back to my ship example, okay? They get a ship, they fly out into open space, and they zip out. So at that point, you are going to need military-grade scanners and time and ships in order to find them. Possible, but obviously it's going to take a while to escalate to the point where they're dealing with that, right? Once that escalation is hit, the military will find them relatively quickly. Probably within a day. However, if they then find them, and they're, dead, well, then that sucks. At that point, there's probably going to be a full-on investigation into what exactly happened. Why they decided to peace out and not talk to anybody. Why they didn't, tell anybody that they were doing it. What exactly happened with the accident. Was there any malicious intent here? Were they attacked by someone? Is there some kind of external power involved? Is there some kind of demonic possession? Okay, demons don't exist within the extent, but you get my point, right? Like, there's a lot of possibilities, so at that point, it's, okay, we need to start running through the list. And at that point, a judge would almost assuredly get involved. Because by that point, that's fairly large news. Especially if the person's dead. Why is this doing this? That's why. Okay. I need these quests. Now, let's continue the trend of Evo likes to write incredibly depressing stories. Let's assume that they were just really bummed about what happened on the mission, decided to fly out into space and to die. And that was it. That's the solution. There's no big mystery, there's no deeper meaning, there's no evil alien entity possessing people's brains and turning them into Wesley Crusher. It's just a suicide attempt, and that's it. At that point, the judge would be able to determine that within seconds and be like, oh, okay. Suicide. And that's kind of it. That's probably the end of that. There's a pretty good chance that the judge would respect their right to kill themselves and whatever reasons they had for doing that, and probably wouldn't even share them, because they probably don't need to be shared. Now, if those reasons for suicide need to be shared, well, then they would be shared. But I'm guessing, based on circumstances, they wouldn't. So that would be it. Chapter closed. They're dead. The end. I don't want to drive all the way up there and fight 50 billion mobs on the way, but I think we're going to have to. God, I hate this quest. Does that happen often? I have never written a case of that happening before. Would there be a funeral? That depends on the people they leave behind. Remember, funerals are for the living, not the dead. So, the living are the people who would decide that. Would their friends and family be informed? Yeah, absolutely. Would they be informed that they committed suicide? That would be the judge's call, to be completely blunt. And that relies on information I don't really have, because I don't know what's going on. But let's assume my made-up scenario is true. That this was a straight-up suicide attempt because that sucked. In that case, yeah, they would probably be informed. They committed suicide under these circumstances and under these purviews. And that would be it. That would be the full extent of the disclosure of the information. Just boop, done. I love how I drive all the way up here and only one of these things is a decent hunt. Or needing it. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. There we go. Okay. Ugh. Screw that quest. Alright, where am I going? Where am I? I don't even see myself on the... There I am. There I am. I see myself. This way, I think. I mean, yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Salvacom. What am I eating tonight? Probably a bowl of cereal. Just look at the time. God, I hate Hoth sometimes. But no, one of the things that I keep trying to emphasize to Evo, and I know I'm failing at it because she keeps ignoring me on this, is the idea that within the Empire, people believe in the concept of actual it's down. It's down, of course it's down. Of actual mental health and mental care. The number of issues that have been caused throughout human history as a result of improper psychological care are so extensive that I don't think we can even calculate them. Especially because we don't even know. Because we don't. We have no way of knowing how many people suffered from what throughout history. We can infer, we could presume, but we don't actually know. But I have a strong feeling that traumatic circumstances are easier to deal with in the Empire than they are in real life. You have a traumatic circumstance and you survive it in real life, congratulations. Nobody gives a damn. Nobody's there to support you or help you. If you're lucky, you might have a couple of friends and family members who will be an emotional stability point for you. That won't help you get a job. That won't help you pay bills or get a place to live. Yes, Evil Iliani is female. So is Savacom, by the way. Sorry to oust you there. I shouldn't do that so casually. I apologize. I don't care, usually, so it doesn't even occur to me to notate it. Like being shocked like that right there while my camera freaks out. Listen, dude. We need to have a talk. About how you need to watch the theater with the director's notes on. That's all I'm saying. You do that, we're cool. Donuts plus coffee equals win. Anyways, sorry. I'm getting way off topic. Let's get at these questions. What am I eating tonight? I already answered that. Most beautiful funeral I've seen in a video game? Can you name a funeral in a video game other than FF6? No, but Savacom likes coffee. Metal Gear Solid 3? I didn't even think of that as a funeral. But you're right. No, you're right. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go with Metal Gear Solid 3 then. The Daedric Princes are so powerful. Why do they need mortals to accomplish tasks for them? So that has to do with how limited they are within the material plane. And some lore I honestly don't want to get into because it's really, really stupid. So that's the basics of it. The Daedric Lord has power supreme within their own realm, very limited power on the rest of the Oblivion, and virtually no power outside of it. There's a reason why so many Daedric princes have to literally use Daedric artifacts to interact with people, and even those are actually morphic devices that are actually just a physical representation of their power as manifested in the physical plane. Ugh, Elder Scrolls lore. Hello? Oh, why? Okay, hang on.
Yes, sir.
Delicious lightning. Thanks, Talos. Appreciate you. Oh god, please, please don't remind me of mantling.
Job. I just need to... Give me a moment.
Correct, Lothario. Like I said, I don't want to get into the full depths of that because that gets into the multiversal nature of Elder Scrolls, which... Oh my god, that's just a headache. But yes, the answer is yes. And I don't think I have any other outstanding questions from you, Lothario. I'll double check the queue here. Ah, yes, I completely ignored that question, Lothario.
Excited!
Sorry.
Every time I open a new tomb, like watching a flower blossom. So many wonders! Unbelievable! These look like the catacombs. The rest of the temple must have been destroyed by the elements. The great and secret order of Naga Sadow's assassins, the Sadoween. This is where they came to die when their bloody work was done.
Stop swooning and stand back while I destroy this place.
Please. I know the ghost wants this all destroyed, but let me at least take some holo recordings. To obliterate all this history, why, we'd be orphaning ourselves. Our culture needs the hand of the past to guide it.
Take your record and make it extra thorough.
Thank you. It shouldn't take too long. There. That's the last piece. Just tell me when it's over.
I love Talos. He is super story positive territory. Speaking of Zelda. God, am I the only person legitimately having trouble seeing the blue Quest interactable icon amongst the white blue of this freaking planet?
Take that!
Yeah, Talos is legit. He really is. In fact, you know what? Just to kind of plug... Hang on. I'm not saying you should go watch the LTTP Theater, but please go watch the LTTP Theater. I'm just gonna leave that music going for a minute. Yeah, I've been having a really hard time seeing this, and I know what I'm looking for, and I've encountered this problem before. And just, yeah, this freaking planet, I swear to God. And as a reminder, you can type in !theater to get a link to the whole of the theaters. There it is. You can't see it because I don't show my mouse, but what I'm actually doing is this. Okay, hang on. It'll be more obvious in a second. So you see how I'm kind of mousing just around, and it occasionally mouses it? It's pixel hunting! I'm pixel hunting like this is a freaking point-and-click adventure game. Negative to gameplay. Alright, so. So Dr. Winter asked a couple of cool questions. When it comes to dialogue, and I'm going to open this to the board, too. Do you prefer the face camera, like Oblivion, or the POV style, like Skyrim? Ooh, that's actually a tough one. I thought you were going to ask, or like the BioWare thing, too. But Oblivion or Skyrim? Okay, so this is really going to oust me a little bit, but I prefer the Oblivion version. Not because of whatever reason you're thinking. Okay, maybe it's because of a reason you're thinking. But it's not because of any kind of nostalgia or the fact that Oblivion's a better game. It's the fact that in Oblivion, it's always very clear-cut when a conversation or a cutscene is happening. And I've had several instances in Skyrim where I didn't realize someone was talking to me until I was already walking away, which canceled the dialogue, which can actually lead to problems on some quests. Actually, skip that one, Mr. Red.
That's the last of them.
My lord, that droid, didn't we already defeat it?
Excellent. Thank you, Sith, for your help.
Fascinating. How is this possible? It doesn't appear to be technological.
To see those pawns of Naga Sadao crushed, their graves defiled. Normally, I consider myself above revenge, but this pleases me.
I hope you're planning to keep your end of the deal.
Yes, I could use the change of scenery.
The ghost! Never in a million years!
The Star Runner may be found in the belly of the mighty super dreadnought Star of Coruscant, in the graveyard of ships. I landed it there for safekeeping after I crushed its foolish captain. There, you will find me.
I know the place, but it's swarming with pirates. White Moor, I think they're called. Not exactly connoisseurs of the historical.
I'll use caution.
Oh, I'm sure those pirates will crumble before you like the bones of dead Sith.
Do you know what crumbling bones of dead Sith are like? I bet he does.
Unbelievable. One minute it's walking around good as new, and the next... Oh, there's better equipment for analysis at the base near here. It's on the way to the ship graveyard, if you'll follow me.
Oh my god, Talos never change. Alright, where am I going? Looks like... Jeez, I got quests all over the place, actually. Let's do the return first. Correct, Latario. I am not answering that question. You cannot bribe me enough money to answer that question. So, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. So Cloud Anderson asks, is the list closed? I'm not even going to answer the rest of the answer question, because the answer is, the list hasn't been closed in years. The list will never close again. The list has over 500 items on it, and still isn't closed. The list is super duper open. However, there is a simple requirement. Nowadays, I only allow something to be added to the list if it is vetted first. Now, I didn't used to do that, but I do nowadays, which means if you want to add something, it has to be vetted. It has to be available, it has to be runnable, it has to be streamable, and it has to be something that I don't veto for some other unrelated reason. Suspect?
The spice has been destroyed, and the pirates along with it.
Yep, I killed your spice. Yep, that's cool. Go away.
Then I'm finished here.
Yep. Oh, those frickin' spice crates. I hate that quest. That quest sucks. I would go under here. Correct, Lothario. And I have a very strong no controversial rule. In real life, it just happens to extend into the show. So what's a good work to look at for how to write a traitor who does not want to be a traitor? The story I haven't written yet, but other than that one, let me think about that for a second. I can't think of one. Can anyone help me out on this one? It's the one that Captain Felreath is in. That's why I call it that, the one I haven't written yet. Because I literally haven't even named the story. I will someday. Whenever I write it. I might even keep it a simple book instead of trying to turn it into something else like I do with everything else I do. Boop. This is the exact same quest on the Republic side, isn't it? Marcano has offered you flagship transportation to their coordinates at Hoth. What? What? Yeah, apparently you have summoning privileges here. I didn't even know that was a thing. Huh. So some of the other problems with the Skyrim method. Have you ever had a dialogue with someone in Skyrim and they just kind of get slowly shoved away from you during the conversation?
I'm an archaeologist.
Which of course literally makes them get quieter to the point where you can't even hear what they're saying. And so I sure hope you have the subtitles on. How about a situation where a fight breaks out nearby and that just spills over into your conversation? You ever have that happen? That being said, I think I would actually prefer... I don't know, Pominix. I think I would actually prefer the Skyrim method if it froze time. Just like the Oblivion method does. Just like the Fallout method does. If it actually just... and the game just went on pause during the conversation, I think that would actually work better. In general. In fact, I know that would work better in general. But in that case, I think I would prefer the camera angle of Skyrim more. Because the Oblivion camera angle isn't great, but the Skyrim non-pausing isn't great. So merge the two, and we've got something I think would actually be a really good method. We'll see if they use that in Starfield. Actually, I did answer that question, Lothario, so I will go ahead and answer it again. I forget exactly what the question was, but it was basically, do I think the gameplay in Assassin's Creed 4 is one of the best of the series? So, personally, I put it right alongside one other Assassin's Creed game, which has, in my opinion, equally as good, if not better, gameplay. And that is Assassin's Creed Origins, excuse me. The Egypt one, where you play as Bayek. Origins has extremely good gameplay. It scored very well. We actually did a review, previous system, but still. And the combat was great, the enemy variety was great, the encounters were great, the dungeon design was fantastic, the quest flow was excellent, the micro quests, the major, the secondaries, the primary optionals, the primary mandaries were all phenomenal. I loved the way they did the assassination missions. I loved the way they did the leveling curve.
Take that!
I have very, very, very few complaints about the gameplay of Assassin's Creed. Origins, specifically. It was a very tight game. The story kind of sucked. And that's why I still think of AC4 as the superior game overall. But in pure gameplay, I put Origins probably a bit over 4. Keep in mind, I haven't reviewed either of them under the current system, so all that's just my memory. It is! It's Shirtless Guy! Where's Giga when I need her? Oh, it's this thing again. Hang on. Come on. Come on, game. Acknowledge that we're here. Oh, there we go. There we go. Try talking to him? Like, physically click him? Maybe? Yeah, run around a bit, because we've actually had this exact issue before with the Republic version of this quest, if I'm remembering correctly. I might be misremembering, because I might be remembering a time when a friend of mine and I had this issue. Very similar, Caspian. Not identical.
That looks like it hurt.
Well, I give this a second. Hang on, I'm looking at my questions here. What irritates me more, if any? Too long of a timeline or too short of a one? For me personally, it's the short one, because it's unfixable and terrible. Other than the example you gave... Hang on, let me... Other than the example you gave, I'm actually struggling to come up with another example. Hey! There we go. Of a too short timeline. Do you have another one, Evo? Preferably not a book, because I probably haven't read it.
It seems you have some skill, stranger. You are not the effete little warriors they usually send our way. I suppose you were also the one who slew so many in the White Ridge Hills.
Your men are dead, buried in the snow. I am here.
I had expected more hatred from a foe we have beaten and starved. But perhaps you are not from the outpost, are you? No, them I know. You are something different. You do as I do. You compete to out-compete. For you, I have a challenge.
You got it.
It's past time I ended you.
I think not.
Challenge accepted. Okay. I mean, yeah, I have played it. In fact, I streamed it twice. It's okay. I have learned from him, Arcano. First, I get really angry, and then I win. I think, honestly, our thing might be faster here. This stupid place. I mean, you're right. The breakup came out of absolutely nowhere. It was so stupid, Lothario. So, anything would have been better, really. Well, many things would have been better.
Master Sav is dead. I found him in the Ice Fortress and cut him down.
Then the Brotherhood will be broken. Their cult of personality has lost its savior. I will contact Dawn Base to send supplies to us. It won't be long before we clear out the Brotherhood's remnants. But Master Sav was just one of many. Soon we'll go after the big game. Boss Undro, Ellis Tarn, and the other Whitemore kingpins.
How do I get in on this?
Admiral Holtz is going to order an attack on key Whitemore members, but I don't know when or how. Fixer 308 at Xeric Outpost would have the details. The outpost's in the ship graveyard, prime Whitemore turf. If anyone's come up with a way to hammer the pirates right off this rock, the Fixer would know. Give her a try.
Get in flight. Thank you, Claude Anderson, very much. I do appreciate your donation. Ironically, someone else has already tried to add that game. I haven't decided yet because I haven't bought it yet, and that's really what it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that over with the other donation towards Entropy 02. And I'll get around to it at some point. I will. And so, either way, the backup option is for the BRPG block, and I appreciate your donation. Thank you. Okay, hang on. My question queue is a mess, and I really want to finish Hoth today, which is not happening. There's too many quests. I mean, obviously I'm not going to finish Hoth today one way or the other because bonus series, but... Oh my god, there's a whole other zone? It's a whole other zone. Favorite ship from each major faction and Trek. Do you mind listing the factions for me? That's going to help me answer that question. I guess I can get rid. Yes. Oh my god, there's quests. There's quests. There's quests. Why are there quests? No. Why, God? Why? Oh, absolutely, Latario. I mean, I can't think of any too shorts, Evo, so by definition, by default, really, I would have to go with too long. But I'm still going to go with too long because too long pisses me off and has for literally decades.
Look at you. Fellowship. Fighting together. No. Melting Hoth with the flames of Imperial camaraderie. One glance at your impressive stature, and our men will know that we've nearly won Hoth.
Bring me up to speed.
Our recovery proceeds wonderfully, with only the minor problem of morale. On top of pirates and the Republic, our boys battle sub-zero temperatures, blizzards, frostbite, the list goes on. But you can boost their morale. What better way to warm up and invigorate the men than by rescuing supplies from the ship graveyard?
There's nothing like a strong drink to put fire in a man's spirit.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna let them finish that. I want to see what that flirt option was.
Look at you. What?
Phil,
on what?
I can think of a few more entertaining ways to keep warm, officer.
Well, who turned up the thermal arrays? Duty first, Varric. Duty first.
What?
How about it? Recover the supplies from the shipyard? Emerge a legend of the Empire?
Tell me what to do.
Simply beat our competitors to the ship graveyard, liberate valuables from the wreckage, and deliver them to Captain Kanan. Then we'll have more than enough provisions to weather the storm.
In conclusion, Admiral, this seems like the most opportune window we'll get. All I need is the go-ahead.
At least with my approval. Fixer, you may brief the volunteers and commence with the mission. Over and out.
Ah, the operatives. I'm Fixer 308. We've been tracking you since we heard about your success with the tolls.
Just doing my good deed for the decade.
We want you to handle something for us. The White Maw has been damaged enough to call a meeting of their gangs. The loss of a power station was a bigger blow than we thought. Every one of their gangs will be represented. We intend to get you into that meeting and have you capture or kill everyone present. The hard part is getting there.
Guards and walls have never kept me out before.
That part of the plan I trust to you. But there's more. The shuttles of the leader's trusted captains will have the meeting's coordinates programmed into their navicomputers. What you'll need to do is find a lieutenant with a shuttle, kill him, and get his access card to steal his ship. Once you get access to the shuttle, fly it to their hideout, track down the gang leaders, and take them out. Can you do that?
Sounds like the place will be swarming with White Maw. At least until I get there.
Here's a dossier on the leaders to terminate, so you'll be able to identify them. Our psych profiles indicate that, given the opportunity, some of them may surrender. It's up to you. Lastly, if you find an opportunity to search their files, take it. There's no telling what secrets these malcontents have hidden away.
Love the outfit, by the way. And by outfit, I mean just general appearance, Poppinix.
Here we are. Now, I have to analyze this droid. But your friend said they'd be here if you needed them. I believe the ghost said he was in the Dreadnought. Best go there if you wish to find him.
Okay. Yeah, it's what I was wearing for the ruminations. Where am I? I'm over here. How are we gonna do this? We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it happen. I mean, saying it's too short is not inaccurate, Evo, but it's also the only choice. The problem is that they're kind of limited by what existed in the old series, in the original trilogy. Luke is very young, and they already talked about the Empire and the Clone Wars and the Republic and the Jedi as if they're distant things. They were stuck. Now, they could have probably puzzled that out if they actually had good writers on the team, but they didn't. They had George Lucas. So in short, I don't think the timeline was too short, I just don't think they accommodated it appropriately. Nevertheless, I do still absolutely think that too long of a timeline is much, much more irritating. Among other things, it completely de-invests me in a work. The moment you say that something happened 10,000 years ago, my mind just kind of automatically replaces that with some dull white noise of sludgy blandness. Oh, yeah, okay. Who's Foster, and what do they have to do with Episode 1, Mike Kamano? Because I have actually researched the creation of Episode 1, and I'm pretty sure that George was the one who sat down and sketched that one out. Let's see, what has Alan Dean Foster done for Star Wars? There's... Oh, that's okay. It's okay. It's a droid. It's a droid. We don't have to do droid quests. Thank God. So actually, I do know who Alan Dean Foster is. Not a big fan, but I know him. Let's see. He wrote Splinter of the Mind's Eye, of course. Kind of technically started the EU. Very technically, but still. He was right there at the beginning. That's all I've got here, but this is just at a glance, so I'm not sure elsewise. You know, Evo, I'm starting to think you're literally just my opposite. Are you an evil clone? Am I an evil clone? No, that can't be. We both like donuts. Whew, okay, we're safe. We're both safe. We don't have to kill each other. Thank God. Okay, yep, and then, yep, I remember this stuff. That tracks, Mr. Red. That was a... I'm assuming you're still on Psychonauts, too. Oh my God, you're right, Evo! So which one of us is the liar? Now, I've actually shown pictures of donuts, so I have more evidence that I'm telling the truth. So clearly you're the evil clone. Oh, Mario 64. Okay, nope, that still tracks. That still tracks. I'm with it. Anyways, I'm going to try and get through this question queue while I'm racing through these quests, because I really want to get this Hoth done today. I really want this done. Yeah, that's the other thing. 10,000 years ago is such a nonsense number for so many different reasons. Yes, stuff happens in that period of time, but that's the problem. Too much stuff happens in 10,000 years of time. My goodness. Like, I mean, the penultimate example is, of course, Warcraft, my personal favorite setting of all time, which hits this problem very, very squarely on the head. 10,000 years during which... I'm sorry, Caspian. I actually wrote it down, but I didn't... Oh, I apologize. Thank you for checking me on that. Thank you, Caspian, very much for the donation. I do appreciate you. I apologize. I'm getting in a bit of a rush. I'm actually rushed, for once. You can actually blame me. For once, that I'm actually rushed, because I want to finish Hoth today. In fact, I'm going to really rush here a little bit. But I did actually already write it down. I wrote it down during the cutscene in question. But yeah, 10,000 years ago? I mean, humans existed 10,000 years ago. But, like... how much has changed in the last 10 millennia? Meanwhile, in the Warcraft setting, the grand total of things that happened of any significance in 10,000 years could probably be described in a single paragraph. God, I'm so looking forward to being done with Hoth. You have no idea. We're getting into the planets I actually dislike now. And so, as weird as it may sound, each planet we conclude is even sweeter. It's like, oh, I'm never going to have to do Hoth again. I'm never going to have to do Belsavis again. Voss is okay. But then we're never going to have to do Corellia again. That's going to be sad. satisfying once we get there, you know? Okay, I'm get out of combat. I'm gonna see if this drags you. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until the red goes away. Of course I do, Evo. I'm gonna disagree with you because we're evil clones. So what's my... Oh, right, so each faction. So we've got the Federation. I think I'm gonna go with the Excelsior class. It's just a cool ship. From the Romulans, it's obviously the Deredex. From the Klingons, it's the Burrell. From the Cardassians, we'll go with the Galor. From the Dominion, honestly, any of them, but we'll go with the Dreadnought Carrier. And from the Borg, I'm honestly just going to go with the classic, the Cube. And I think that's it. I mean, what's funny, Caspian, is the story so far has been consistently better. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to try to drag you into the cutscene. Let's see what happens. I am a guest in this phase. It's your dungeon, Arcana. Specific stars would still qualify. Oh, Jesus Christ. Really, game? Are you serious? Specific stars are still specific levels. That is a specific individual stage, treated as such. Oh, I am turbo dead. You, come here. See if we can at least kill one of these guys before I get killed here. You're dead. Okay, now imagine for a moment, Evo, that the Roman Empire at its height was 10,000 years ago. No, that's not even good. Imagine the... You know what? I'm not going to make my argument. You win, Evo. You're absolutely right, and I will never argue against you again. Alright, so... are there any... Dr. Winter asks, are there any alien species that have different perceptions or thought processes, even fantasy aliens? All of them have different ways of thinking and perceptions. Elves don't think humans because they have different perception of life and time. Isn't that applicable to cognition? I guess? I just don't think of it as that. Declined? Oh, that's Popaniques. Okay. We do need Popaniques, though, apparently. There we go.
We've heard enough alarms. The time has come to move our base of operations to Lorimar.
Why go to Lorimar when nothing can reach us here? The guards will handle whatever intruders at the door.
Aye.
I wonder if you'll be so confident in another minute.
You see, your ego brings nothing but trouble.
I don't know who you think you are, but you made a bad mistake opening this door.
You better have a million credits for us in that satchel just being here out on the wall. Yeah, no, you're dead. Dead.
I owe you nothing but a swift death.
You're right, it did,
I was
Arcana.
successful. I met stiff opposition, but I softened it up.
I was dreading being the intel officer famous for getting all of you killed. So the White Maw finally falls. I wonder, was this the nerve center of their operation, or are their valuables hidden elsewhere?
I found a place called Lorimar in their databanks. It's likely their stash is there.
Lorimar. I wonder if that has to do with the inventor, Lorimar. He was quite a droid maker before he vanished a decade or so back.
I'm just leaving the Mega Man music
Send
going
a
at this
salvage
point.
team to investigate. But seeing as you trusted me with this information, I think I'll mark the area as unsecured until you're finished with it. That way the reclamation service doesn't get first crack.
That's kind of you.
Don't mention it. Especially not where internal security might be listening. Thank you. I doubt I could have trusted someone else to bring this operation to a close.
Okay. Congrats, by the way. That's probably still fast. No, it's probably not. Meh. So, I actually have a rebuttal to your rebuttal, Eve. I've decided to go and argue with you one last time. You're still right, and you're right about everything, and I'm wrong about everything. But, imagine the extant history. Now, I know you don't know a lot about extant's actual history, but just picture for a moment that the War of Truculence, I actually don't remember how to pronounce that. Hang on. God damn it. Ah!
Truculence.
Okay, it is Truculence. I was right the first time. So let's imagine for a moment that the War of Truculence happens, the Empire's founded, and then 10,000 years pass, and then we get to your story. And also every other story within the extant. If that doesn't explain it, I got nothing, because that's what bothers me. It's, as usual, it's not really the time gap itself so much as the massive misuse of the time gap. And, of course, the fact that writers have absolutely no idea or sense or concept of scale. I need to go up. What am I doing? Because the reason I keep defaulting to Warcraft is because the Warcraft setting pretty much does exactly what I talked about. There's two very advanced, very powerful nations, which are global powers and heavily advanced magically and all this fun stuff. And then the War of the Ancients happens, and then about 8,000 years pass where nothing happens. Nothing. And it's like... Then there's one incident, that's the Troll Wars. And then about 1,500 years pass where nothing happens. Then the War of the Three Hammers happens. Then nothing happens for about 180 years. Then everything happens. All the events of all the games happen across a 36-year span. Across... this is a new problem. I don't think I was supposed to be able to do that, but I'm not going to question it. I think it wanted me to go up the right side. But you get my point, right? It's the usage of the time gaps that is nonsense, to be perfectly frank. Okay, I'm just going to stay here, wait for them. Actually, you know what? I'll start clearing. Come here. Person's not in my party.
I'm ready.
There we go.
Come on.
I mean, to be completely honest, every time I've sat back and thought about the timeline for the extant, I've shrunk it a little bit. Every single time. Now, that's not because, again, I think it needs to be smaller. It's because every time I think about it, I'm like, you know, I've just got a 70-year gap where nothing happens, and there's no reason for that gap to exist. And so it's shrunk. But I'm getting off topic. Who's the most arrogant person in WoW, and why is it Ashara? Because she stared at an old god and said, yes, I will treat you as my equal. Now, don't mistake me, I am extremely arrogant in WoW. But even I would look at N'Zoth and be like, she's got some serious ego problems. Favorite Flash game? There's actually a lot I used to like. There's one I remember specifically where you ran a burger joint. It was all about making sure the right burgers got the right things at the right time. It was kind of like a prototype of that Switch game that I can't think of the name of right now. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Overcooked. That's it, Overcooked. Yes, In the books, Ashara literally thought Sargeras would be a suitable husband. I know, right, Bobanix? Was Ashara anywhere near N'Zoth? I mean, she... Physically, the only time she ever became near him was during the raid in which we defeat her, to my knowledge. I have no idea, Zeiss. I didn't know Overcooked was on the PC. Oh, obviously Evo. Which, of course, then irritates me a lot when you see a science fiction setting, which has all of the infrastructure and societal reasons for fast, fast-paced events of historical change, and yet treats it like it's medieval. Another problem with the 10,000 years thing.
Do you think these are friends of Andronicus? I can imagine him living in a cave.
Me too. I mean, what? Huh? Run! Alright, time to kill the... Seriously, its name is HRRM. It's the... Mega Man music.
I am Heavy Resource Recovery Machine 5. I will not allow you to open the cases. Do you understand?
Looks like it's your turn to die now.
Neutralization mode engaged.
We're gonna have to kill 4X, everyone. Sorry.
You sure you'll be alright?
Yeah, I was wondering about that, Orcano. Hopefully it's been shared properly. Okay. Oh, there we go. Did that super did not update for either of you? Because of course it didn't. Why would it? Listen, making good game design is apparently not what Hoth is here for. Oh my god, this freaking planet. Alright, hold up. Let's head out. Hang on. Oh my god, this freaking place. If Kowalski gets over his stupid silence... I mean, it might not... Oh, it updated? Can you actually update it? Or can you actually loot it? Hoth is here to sell aspirin. You know, if you told me that, I believe you. If Kowalski gets over his silence, for whatever reason he had to be silent, which may or may not have been a good reason, I of course wouldn't know, and explains to Felrith he did it out of a genuine desire to convince people of his intentions. Wait, so his desire to be silent was to convince people of his intentions. And he hadn't said anything beforehand because it was an in-the-moment decision. Nothing bad happened, he reported himself honestly. Felrith probably learned from Kowalski's own report. What would be the captain's response? Yeah, we're just gonna do this again, whatever. Okay, that framing makes more sense, Evo. Sorry. I blame Hoth.
Right?
A NES gamer would give 3 positives to story for one single thing. No. Actually, yes, Orcano. I just added a separate negative for the Hoth bugs, because this is ridiculous. Slowing me down, but also ridiculous. Like, even if I wasn't in a hurry, which I am, this would be just as aggravating.
Huh.
Look at how long this goddamn cave is, which we can't hearth in. And by hearth, I mean mouth. We could hearth out, but the nearest hearth spot is way the hell away. So this is stupid. Now I'm gonna hope I can actually kick you out here and speed this up a little bit for you. Nope, I guess not. Well, whatever. God, that's a good question. So the captain's first response would be to give him the, let's call it the professional chewing out.
Take it easy.
Is that yours now, Orkana? I guess I can check. Nope, that's still mine. Okay, hang on. Let me bow out. And that one's Orkana's. Okay, there we go. Jesus Christ. Okay. And we can't stealth through, so it's... so he'd chew him out, obviously. That's mandatory. What he did was stupid, let's be honest with ourselves. It could have gone extremely badly, and he didn't know that. The fact that it went well doesn't change the fact that it could have gone extremely badly. Once that's done... I think what the captain would do would put a formal note in Kowalski's permanent record, his official record, and just kind of mention that he took an action that was reckless. We'll call it personal recklessness, because it only endangered himself. And that's it. Just kind of leave that there. Yeah, I don't want to leave people behind, though, Caspian. Rule 0. Will he be punished? He has a permanent mark on his record, which shows that he was reckless at one point. That's about as much punishment as I think is necessary there. Although... let me think about that. Let me try and knock out some other questions while I think about that. So, Dr. Winter asked a good question earlier, and I meant to finish answering it, so...
I can imagine him living in a cave.
Yes, Ashara. Aren't any alien species that have different perceptions or thought processes or different perceptions of time or life in the world? Isn't that applicable to cognition? So if you're using that definition, the answer is, of course, yes. I was not. When you say that they think differently, I don't assume you mean the difference between me and Evo, which is because Evo and I think differently, even though we're the same species.
I... Neutral.
Blah, 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 blah. Those things can come down to personal preference, or individual chemistry, or soul within a fictional setting, or cultural background, or whatever. That's all the stuff that I consider to be normal sentience. Does it share? Did you both get it? I mean, either way. I'm getting out of here. Okay. That means they're next. Yep, okay.
Take it easy.
That means you've met people who think like you, which means you're obviously the evil clone, because you've met the other clones, right? That would make me... Wait. That would make you the original. And that would make me the failed clone. Oh my god. That makes so much sense. I mean, Mario games live and breathe on their stages. They'd better have a high staging score. Oh, you actually asked a minor question earlier. There's an ecologist on this team, the Trenth guy, Tylerime. I assume it would be him who reports to the Factor.
Come on.
Not necessarily, but based on the nature of this mission, yeah, that works. Wait. If I'm a deliberately evil clone... Evo, did you deliberately make me to be your evil clone? By the way, I just want to stress this because we have been working on this one quest for almost half an hour. In case you think I'm being too harsh on Hoth for being crap, we've been working on this one quest for half an hour!
I went to the pirates' hideout. I found this neural chipset for a battle droid. I think Lorimar designed it.
Well, the stamp seems consistent with his work. Wait, it's brilliant. He's solved the traditional limitations of a chipset brain. Hold on a moment, I need to make a call. Admiral, we've recovered a battle droid neural chipset from the White Moor. It's the advancement we've been waiting for.
From the White Moor? What are they doing with tech like that?
They had it hidden in the last known location of the inventor Lorimar.
Lorimar? That would make sense. His robotics always were top-notch.
It's a quad-photonic neural chipset, Admiral. If you put this in a battle droid, it'll think on its feet better than most humans. It could change the course of the war.
For someone who dropped off the map, Lorimar's work still seems cutting edge.
Completely. We'll get this to the space station at once.
I'll alert the reclamation service to the Lorimar area. There's no telling what else might be there. As for you, I'd take a well-earned vacation. Somewhere warm.
Oh, thank God. That was the end of the planetary primary. Now, we have an extra side quest, but I've decided after some very careful thought I'm going to abandon this quest and tell it to go straight to hell. I know that quest. It's a bad drop rate quest. Moving on. So let's go do the last of the class here, and then we'll call Hoth done for the night. I'll do the bonus series off camera. Will there be a hearing for Kowalski? Oh, God damn it! You got it, Papanix. Thank you for your help, Papanix. Appreciate you as always. I was just gonna have a bowl of cereal, but at this rate, God damn it, Hoth. Yeah, Arcana, if you want to bow out too, I don't blame you. Get some rest. Do something that isn't playing Hoth. Would a hearing... Where does Kowalski work, Evo? I don't have an answer for that in my head. What's his job? I always find that idea to be a little bit strange, personally, Dr. Winter. The time elongation thing. I've also never written something like that because of how strange I find that. If you perceive a decade to be like a second, then you shouldn't even be able to interact with someone in real time, right? Like, doesn't that make sense? It's my job, Yada. I do take my job very seriously. If I conquer this stupid planet, you can at least bet on one thing. Everyone's gonna hate me, and I'm gonna do my frickin' job. Anyways, head of Human Studies faculty at a university. Now, we don't know the university or anything about them whatsoever. So we're just gonna have to invent some lore right now on the fly. So what I'm thinking is... what would probably happen is either Bob, whose name is Carrie, I think, actually, would insist, or the captain, Captain Felreath, would insist. And one of the two of them would basically slip a note to that university of Bob. That's his name. It's just the universe. No. The University of Winter, because they once had a doctor who went through there that, Oh, it's Ashara. Damn it, Ashara. Okay. I'm sorry, Okano. Yes, the University of Dr. Bob. I didn't go to those 5 years for nothing. Anyways, one or two of the actual people in charge of the mission, the Bastion member or the captain from the military, would probably recommend that the university call him to task for this, I think. Now, what they do with that, well, that depends on all kinds of information I don't have. Give in, Mr. Ed, to the visual storytelling side of the Force. With each passing moment, you make yourself more visualized. It is inevitable. You will tell your story without a single line of What could they do? Well, they could fire his ass. But honestly, I don't think they would. Maybe, I don't know anything about this universe, so maybe they would. Maybe they don't want him on the task after that. But here's the thing. Something that a lot of people need to understand, and I actually talked about this in one of my Star Trek recommendations. So let's say that a really minor incident happens to you, Evo, okay? During that minor incident, nobody dies, nothing's wrong. You make one bad judgment call as captain of a ship, or, sergeant of a platoon. Excuse me, lieutenant of a platoon. But whatever it is, it's pretty small, and it's pretty minor, and it doesn't really matter, and nobody's really hurt or injured by it. But the incident still happens. Would you be court-martialed for that, yes or no?
My savior and avenger, my heart is light, almost as if I were alive again.
Hi.
You have a gift. The way you and your apprentice cut through my guardians was most satisfactory.
What was the point of having them attack us? Haven't we already proven ourselves to you?
I am sorry, but I have always been vain, and surrender is not a pill I swallow easily.
Attempts on my life are not a pill I swallow easily.
Surely a Sith must be used to fending off unwanted attacks. Or have the Sith become soft since my time? Before you perform the ritual, promise me that you will release me when your enemies are defeated, and you no longer need my power. Seal the promise with your blood, and I will submit willingly to your control.
Yeah, okay.
I promise to release you once Thanaton is defeated.
I didn't need that hand.
Excellent. Let the ritual begin.
So the answer is, of course, yes. You will absolutely be court-martialed. Not because you did anything wrong, but to ascertain what happened. It's standard procedure, and it's standard procedure for a reason. The whole point is to do an inquiry. Fiction tends to play up the phrase court-martial as if it's some big thing. It's not. All court-martial means is a military court. Nothing more, nothing less. In short... Yeah, no kidding, Arcana. In short... Oh, I love it, Sean. I love it already. I think that one way or another, with total sincerity, the university would want to at least investigate what happened. What they do with that information, it's debatable, but the inquiry would absolutely happen. Does that make sense? Now, what they would do for him is, obviously, they'd take him out back, and they'd put hooks in his skin and rip his skin off very slowly. Or, wait, I'm sorry, that's your story, right? In my universe, in Evo's universe, everything happens for the most horrific reasons possible. Like, it's not even him. He has to rip out his own skin. That's how terrible Evo's setting is. It's the setting of Darth Death Doom. The second. Because the first one wasn't Darth Death Doom enough. Terrifying, really. Pianta Village would actually be brick. I know I say...
Lord, I hope to catch you before you left. I have resigned from the service.
What?
The military just isn't the best use of my talents. I feel I could serve the Empire better by helping you. If you'll let me.
One of the options is, who are you again? God, what a dick move.
I can always use another lover of the strange. It would be an honor.
I promise I won't let you... Wait, you will? Great! Great! Thank you. You won't regret it. I have military training, rifles, small arms, grenades, and I am the best in the galaxy at finding rare artifacts, if I may say so.
The ship's getting crowded. Are you sure we can use him?
Yes.
I promise I won't let you down.
Talos is awesome. Piss off. I actually agree with you, Dr. Winter. I suppose I actually have a bit of understanding of that myself, because I consider events that happened 20 years ago to be fairly recent. Because of the way my memory works. I have a very, very sharp and very good memory for certain types of memories. So there are things that I actually remember that happened in the 90s as if they happened yesterday. So in that sense, you could argue the cognition thing, absolutely. Now let's see if I can find the bonus series. Dude, Talos is legit. That's all I'm saying. Also, Evo, before I cut off, I've got one last task for you. Hang on, let me shove this crown on your head. There you go. All right. You are aware of Kowalski's mistake. Let's call it that. What is the punishment for that mistake? For the rest of you, I will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.